So, are we live yet?
We haven't. There it is.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Welcome to this meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. It is Tuesday, February 20th at 4:05. We have almost full attendance with the board tonight. Stephen Welch being the only person who is not with us, either live or on Zoom. Because Diane is on Zoom. Before I get to that, a few things for those of you in the audience. Two things. One, if you could mute your cell phone. Two, if you could let us know if you're going to record any portion of tonight's meeting in advance. That's it for you guys. And then everybody on Zoom, just be careful to mute when you're not speaking. Raise your hand, be recognized by the chair if you do want to speak, and just be super careful not to screen share. That gets everybody into trouble. With that, let's see, we have an agenda that's been slightly modified. For those of you on Zoom who don't already know this, Fiona, make sure that I'm saying this properly, okay? Under old business of January 30th, we are striking 26 Quidnet Path, right? And that's the item 2. We're striking item number 3, which is 32 Pocomo Road.
Correct.
Okay. And then under old business of February 13th, we are striking as in not hearing tonight. I should be clear on that. They'll be heard later, but they're off of tonight's agenda. We're striking 8 North Mill Street, which is number 1, and we're striking 12 Angola, which is number 3. That was on February 13th, old business. And I believe, oh, there are? Where are they?
The last section.
The very last section?
Yes. 37. Yes. Yep.
Okay, well, if we get to that stuff, it'll be a miracle. 36 and 37. Okay, so if we ever get this far, we are also striking 36 and 37. Those are the applications for 15 Deer Run Road on February 20th, new business agenda.
No, you keep that now because everything's marked.
Okay, I'm going to do roll call here for the members. Members, when I call your names, if you can just say aye. We'll start with Abby Camp.
Here.
Thank you. For you, yeah, okay. Diane Coombs.
Here.
Very good. Val Oliver.
Here.
Fantastic. Carrie Thornwell.
Here.
Connie Patton. Here. Joe Paul.
Here.
And I'm here, Ray Paul. Great. So can I have a motion to approve of tonight's agenda?
So moved.
Okay, that was from Diane. And because Stephen, a regular member, is not here, we're going to do a rotation. That's Carrie, Connie, Joe. Okay, so Carrie, could you sit in on the approval of tonight's agenda? All right. So Diane has made a motion. On that motion, Abby.
Aye.
Val.
Aye.
Carrie.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. We have an approved agenda. So there was an other business.
Hold on, she's reverberating.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to know.
Good. I don't hear it
Say
anymore.
something and see if you hear you.
Hello. I think you're supposed to say test 1, 2, 3 or something. Oh, that gets so old. Fiona, we're good? Yeah. All right. So first item is other business, a commission discussion and vote on one of the articles at town meeting on the warrant, an article about the height of buildings, and I believe Val proposed putting this on, and I do believe that it's worthy of discussion.
And I made copies for all of you guys and I didn't bring them.
In a nutshell.
In a nutshell,
It's in certain zones. And if you're going to provide a certain percentage of affordable housing as part of your proposal, you automatically by right get 40 feet in height.
Who's presenting that?
it's the planning board.
Now, if you want to wait till next week, and I'll give you all a copy and also have these guys send you what it actually is on email, it might be a better idea to discuss.
Could you do us a favor?
Yeah.
Get it to Fiona so
Yeah.
that we can pre-digest it.
Yeah,
so that
yeah,
we can
yeah.
have comments.
Yeah.
All right. So
Yeah.
let's take this up officially next week.
Next week.
Okay.
After we've all had a chance to read the language, but I think that,
Sorry, I was a slacker.
no, that's all right.
No, you're not
I'm
slack.
glad that you,
I'm glad
I'm glad that you brought it to everyone's attention. All right, so take no action now. Everybody look for that email from Val. Thank you, Val. And with that, I believe I'm going to move on to consent. Lengthy consent agenda. Thank you, everyone. I need to sit off. Val needs to sit off. Carrie needs to sit off. If it gets too complicated, what I'm going to do is we're going to split it up, but I don't think we have to. So Abby,
Yep.
can you chair?
Mhm.
Joe, are you good?
Good, yes.
Okay,
yes.
so that would be, Abby, your
Mhm.
board is going to be Connie,
Mhm.
Diane, Joe, and yourself.
Okay.
It's a 4-person board. And if you
Okay.
feel comfortable doing that, we can do it in one fell swoop.
Okay. Do I hear a motion?
I make a motion. I make that motion.
Thank you, Diane. On Diane's motion to approve the consent agenda, Joe,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
and myself. Thank you.
Okay, consent with conditions, Val will be off of. That's the only person who has conflict. So the board, in this case, will include Connie and Joe. Motion, if you please.
So moved.
All right, so Abby has made that motion. On the motion, Joe,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
very
Come on.
good.
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
and Abby.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, so that was consent and consent with conditions. We've just finished a page.
I know.
Wow, that's really fabulous.
Don't jinx it.
So we're down from 12 pages to 11 pages. Let's see how we do with the rest. Okay, so now we're on to old business of January 30th. First item of which is 25 Willard. Is Paul around? Or anyone else to represent 25 Willard? No.
Matt said no.
Hard to get somebody to be here.
Is Paul aware that we're kind of waiting on him to, because this has been held a few times, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I guess it's his issue to deal with. All right, so as I said earlier, 25 Quidnet Path not being heard tonight, 32 Pocomo not being heard tonight. By the way, back to 25 Willard, we're going to hold that for representation in case Paul happens to show up. All right, which brings us now that 85 Low Beach, but I'm not chairing it, which would mean that Abby would chair with a 4-person board, and you do have alternates. So is there somebody here to represent that?
Rich is here.
Rich is here in person.
Oh, there you are. Okay, so I'm not on this, And if you're not completely familiar with our system, because Stephen was chairing and he's not here, Abby will be chairing. And you are able to have an alternate sit in so that you'll still have a 5-person board. You just won't have Stephen. So, do you want to proceed or do you want to wait for Stephen?
Yes, I had a question on, when I was here on the 19th of December,
Yeah,
we were asked to submit a new site plan that eliminated the old structures, so it was cleaner to look at.
yeah.
And then we were to set up for a night viewing that Steve was going to attend, and Joe, I believe you were interested in doing the night viewing, on the 19th. And then staff asked me to take some photos, which I did
Saw
for any
those.
board members that didn't want to come out. So if Steve's not going to sit on this, I know no one's contacted us to do the night viewing. So my question is that something that still Joe or Steve would like to do? And then we come back and you have somebody that, did the viewing to talk to the other members of the board, or?
I did go view, but it wasn't dark enough yet.
Well, so we have to obviously put the lights on, and we had plywood up to keep it, tight to weather. So we have to take the plywood down and put the lights on, which we did for the photos. But my question is if Joe or Steve or any other board members want to do the night viewing, and I certainly understand, trying to look at something like this on paper is not as easy as looking at it in the field. So I took 3 photos
Okay.
at dusk from the
Oh,
street.
yeah, don't look at you.
Yeah, yeah. So just
Oh,
to
I'm
be
sorry.
clear, I'm not sitting on this, but
Okay, I can.
so
No, I
Abby, I
know.
think you could just see if people want to hear it now
Right.
or do the viewing.
Sorry, what's
thing.
your name again?
Rich Gammons with
Rich
Cross
Gammons.
Rip.
So if people, is there still plywood on where
We,
the concern is?
yeah, when I talked to staff, I said, you just need to let us know the
Okay.
evening you want to come out so we
Mhm.
can prep for it. Because we are trying
Right.
to stay, somewhat tight to weather.
Let me see who the board is here. Okay, so it's me, Stephen, Diane, Val, and Paul, and alternates. Let's see.
I have a
Can I,
question
can I
for
make a
Rich.
suggestion?
Rich, one of these pictures, I think it's the last one of the night shot,
Yep,
shows the facade, like the side facade of the garage
yep.
all lit up. Is that a picture taken with it open?
Yes.
So that,
Yes, yes, so the first 3 photos were taken at dusk, just
Yep.
so you could see, and then I went back at night, like a half hour, 45 minutes later, and took the 3 photos in the same
So-
spot. And you're in that last photo to the far left of the property on Low Beach, you're
One
getting
more.
some reflection off the garage because the house wrap, you've got the white Vicor on the building right now.
So, just to clarify, is
she didn't go look at it.
this that's
That's the facade
That's the
of the
side of the
garage
garage.
being
illuminated.
Yep,
illuminated by this building.
yep. and s-
Okay, so that's not what it will look like, that's
That is what it will look like.
Well, that has building wrap on it.
But
Right.
yeah, there's lots of plywood, that half the windows aren't even visible there, because there's plywood.
Can I make a suggestion
Yes.
to everyone? It sounds like you're sort of slowly working your way into deliberation on this. So are you going to move forward? You should be clear about whether you're going to move
Well-
forward or hold.
I thought one thing that could be really helpful for the group is to, if you could take a picture yourself of, with the lights on, with the plywood off, is
That's what
exact,
that was.
They're
That
all-
is what that is.
it's,
That's the garage. This stair connector or glass connector is on the main house, which is to the left of that building.
right, so, I mean, we would want to see that exactly and know that that was the connector, the glass connector. Right now, from that picture, we can't see it, so we actually physically have to go out
Correct.
in the dark
That's
and,
important.
and see it, so, do- right, so when, Okay, this is gonna be hard to coordinate.
I think it's,
Um,
it's very, much more understandable, being on site and doing, and I had other photos, but staff told me just to submit from the street. But I'm happy to take any board members on the property to walk a 360 to understand what we're
I
doing.
think that you should hold it so that everybody has a chance to view it.
yeah, I
do
think we've
that.
done that, though.
What?
We have viewed it. We've all viewed it. It's been going on for,
No one's
Almost
viewed
a
it
year.
at night because we haven't
I
been in
think the
contact.
question is at night, right?
yeah.
Well,
You're,
when
you're
we-
chairing, but
When we view, we usually just go out on our own and view from the street.
Yeah.
So that's
But we
our
didn't-
purview.
Without
Yeah.
telling us, we wouldn't have the lights on and the
Right.
plywood down. It's almost like that's the way Steve had kind of left it, like get it set up and I'll come out at night and take a look. And that's what we've done.
It's gonna be hard to coordinate.
Well, I don't think so. We've done this stuff like with the windows at the town building. There's a day and a time, and this is when it's gonna be, and whoever makes it, and whoever doesn't shouldn't sit on it.
I mean, I could
Yeah,
have
well,
a-
maybe the people that actually do take it could take a picture to represent it, or you could do that. So could you give, let's see, we need a date and a time to do this. What, are you on island for starters? Are you?
Yeah, I live here.
You live here, okay.
sorry, I just want to do a little bit of a point of order here.
Yep.
So right now, there's 4 members, ex-Steven, but you have 2 associate
Alternate,
members. So is it Carrie that's sitting on it?
Carrie could
Like,
be
is
the
she,
first one,
is
yeah.
she taking Steven's, just for the record,
I certainly can, but since you're not doing anything, maybe Stephen should stay on it and be one of the viewers, no? You've already opened it.
It's open.
Okay.
I mean,
happy to
it's,
be-
it's
I'm
open
happy
by
to be
now.
it.
All right,
Go out and
we just
look
need a
and-
date then.
Yeah, just then we could do it tomorrow. We can do it whenever you guys want.
Yeah, could,
Tomorrow night's a select board meeting. I'll be at that.
that's
Oh,
Wednesday.
that, all of us should be there because it's about us.
Right, so,
I
so
was gonna suggest Monday the night before ACC next week.
No HDC next week.
What?
No HDC next week.
Oh, because it's school
So then let's
vacation.
do it Tuesday, the night of HTC. We're all, so March 4th. As long as we're all here, we might as well do something on HTC night.
okay.
I won't
what-
be here.
What about Thursday
I'll
night
be at
this week?
Federal
Could I
Court.
just throw one out? Thursday night this week?
You don't have HTC this week?
No,
Okay.
not Thursdays. Thursday,
Thursday'd be fun.
Joe,
Yeah,
Val,
This Thursday?
Carrie, yeah.
Yep.
It's not gonna be very late. I mean,
I know.
it gets dark at
I'm
7.
thinking I
mean,
have something, but I'll make
or
it work.
s- I'll take you for a cocktail after.
Tuesday by 7 PM or 7:30 PM or something.
When does it get dark? 6:30?
Yeah, it's a little later
7?
now. I mean, when I took these photos, it was getting 5:15-ish. It was getting dark, but now we're in the 5:30 range, maybe.
Well, let's say 6:30 to be on the, it is getting lighter later. Okay, 6:30 Thursday night.
Thursday night.
We will come out and take a look.
All right.
Is that somebody's motion?
Sure, yes.
Okay, all in favor of Carrie's motion, Val, Joe.
Aye.
Joe,
aye.
Carrie on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. See you.
All right, great.
Yes,
Thank you.
thanks.
And I'm an aye.
Diane, are you on that too?
She is.
Okay.
She is.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you, Diane.
Okay. Abby, thank you. Now, if Steve Cohen is he's here?
But
Okay.
there were no new pictures as we requested.
Well, Diane's chairing this. Diane, you're chairing the 50 Squam Road application, which is up now.
Okay.
And your board is Abby, Val, Connie, and Joe, and yourself, of course.
Okay.
Okay, so, and it sounds like Steve Cohen is in on Zoom. So can I turn it over to you, Diane?
Yep.
All right, very good.
Okay. Who is going to say what's been done now? Who is going to
I could maybe do that, Diane, unless the staff has
Okay.
something to say first.
All right. No, we've had people before, but let's see what you got to say.
So this could go on for hours, but I actually think we could do it super fast. And what I mean by that is that this fence, I think we're all in agreement, is unapprovable, unattractive, and intolerable. But it is also not visible. And under your enabling act, it's approvable, or it has to be approved for lack of visibility. And we have submitted a large amount of information and made some adjustments to it so that it satisfies some information that was requested by the commission and deals with some legal issues that came up when it was a little bit of the fence was over the property line and it was too tall and a couple of things like that. So the commission should now have in its file all the information, including a survey by Art Gasparo and color photographs that show exactly where the fence is, exactly what the fence looks like, and all the information it needs to approve the fence as approved for lack of visibility, despite the fact that it is entirely otherwise unapprovable.
Well, I think if it is approved, it should carry our thing with it that says it will be maintained, covered in perpetuity. Because,
Absolutely, absolutely, Diane.
okay,
Can I ask
Okay.
the applicant a question?
Sure.
yes,
Steve, based on your premise, why are you here at the HDC then? I mean, it's serious question.
Yeah.
If we're forced to approve something due to lack of visibility and it's already built, why are we talking about it?
I think it originated with a complaint from the neighbor.
Okay.
Although technically, the HDC is the arbiter of visibility, and I can't just build something on my property, or whoever can't just build something on their property and say it's not visible. You still need a permit. You would need if you need a building permit, or even if it's not something that needs a building permit, you're still supposed to get approval from the HDC for non-visible for lack of visibility. But I think here it came up as an as-built because of a complaint from the neighbor.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
yes,
we do have a hand raised, I believe in a butter. I'm gonna
is that
ask her
Rick?
to unmute. Go ahead, Robin.
Okay, hi, this is Robin Winter, and I'm the abutter at 54 Squam. And I know that it was brought up at the last meeting they presented at that Mr. Cohen represents the applicant. And so I would encourage the board to reach out to their own counsel before making a determination. I also wanted to bring up a few things, if that's okay. The
Yes.
applicant began. Okay, thank you. The applicant began the process for HDC approval of his as-built fence at last year's August 22nd meeting. And he emphasized at that time that it was deer fencing. And he talked at length about his concerns of deer going onto his property and that he needed this fencing to prevent the deer from entering. But as you can see from the plot plan that he submitted, the fencing does not at all enclose the property. And so it renders the fence ineffective for what the applicant stated was its intended purpose. So you can see that, well, it's hard for me to point, but you can see there's a whole long stretch where there is absolutely no fencing and the deer can go freely onto that side of the property. Despite the board's request for a plot plan, the submission is labeled for discussion purposes only, and it lacks the necessary stamp from the surveyor. The concerns regarding the
Thank you.
concerns. I'm
Go
sorry.
on. That's all.
Okay.
Go on.
The concerns regarding this fence that were previously expressed by the board that remain exactly the same today include, as Mr. Cohen so stated, the unfavorable appearance of the fence, the varied styles of the fencing, the unsuitability of the fencing for the rural Squam Road setting, the excessive height of the fence, the lack of vegetation and screening around the fence, and the need for the fence to be set a few feet off the property line. And then finally, I just want to say that these various types of fencing and differing and excessively tall heights do not comply with building with Nantucket in mind, which emphasizes visual openness and discourages fences that disrupt the natural landscape. And I quote, "Where houses are sized on large lots," and note that the lot for 50 Squam is 1.17 acres in a Lug 1 zone, "fences are not necessary or appropriate. Fences conflict with the primary goal of continuity in and with the natural landscape because they interrupt and divide. Boundary fences intended to visually define the limits of one's property or large open areas are discouraged. Where fences are needed, such as to enclose animals or prevent unauthorized access, they will be approved. Where used, a fence should be of a visually open design through which the landscape can be seen." And I thank you all for letting me speak, and I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Robin. We appreciate your contribution. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak before we go to the board? No. So, who wants to start off?
I will.
Thank you.
Al.
Yes, I know it's Val.
Again, I'll reiterate what I said the last time. Because it can't be seen by us from a public purview, we have really an inability to take a strong stand on this. But I will say this is another example that continues to happen on our island of people building with themselves in mind instead of Nantucket. And I think it's really unfortunate. And at the very least, he should be fined.
Thank you. Joe, are you on this?
I am, yeah. I echo what Val just said, and I would add that I see this fence possibly initiating some policy change because this fence, no pun intended, just seems to be an abuse of the lack of visibility clause, and it really just essentially says you can do whatever you want. And unfortunately, we don't have jurisdiction over it. And I feel for the neighbor.
Well, there are a couple of neighbors who are on sides of him. But let's see who else. Abby.
Yeah, I'm along with my colleagues. I think the style is inappropriate. The height is inappropriate in a rural setting like this. And this is a quote from the people that are sort of interviewing the HTC. They say, "When determining what is viewable from a public way, assume that no trees or landscaping are present." So that's how we should view this. Thank you, Diane.
All righty. So that's everybody except me. And well, I would like to see perhaps if we talk to our council and in something that is so completely opposite of what we produce, that we should know the ramifications of what would happen approving it. If we should look at it with no trees or planting around it, it's hideous and it will be seen. I don't know that people have gone out there to see on Rick Atherton's property. It backs up to this. Robin's property backs up to it. Have we hit all the views? And what is our legal protection against something like this taking over, and we deal with it all the time? So, can we get a motion of saying hold for legal advice, or I don't know whether we can do that, Ray, can we? Where is he?
She's asking.
Madam Chair, Connie also is on this application as well.
Oh, well, I want, Connie, I'm sorry, yell at me when I did that.
That's
What's
okay.
your,
I
what's
was just gonna say that I agree with my fellow commissioners, and I really don't think this is very neighborly and very Nantucket-y, to have this fence. Thank you.
right?
Ma-
Because,
Madam Chair, can I say something?
No,
I agree with the commission. It is not building with Nantucket in mind. It is not attractive. It is not historically appropriate. It's not good neighborly. It's not any of those things. It's an ugly fence. I totally agree with you. However, the only question before you is whether you have any legal authority to disapprove it. And I think very clearly, because it's not visible, that you don't. And this has been going on for months and months and months and months. My client came in and applied for this, and we have been getting information requests from the commission over and over and over saying, hey, we need more data. We want a survey, we want photos, we want color, like all totally legitimate requests of the commission to ask for more information. But now you have all the information in front of you. And at the end of the day, the fence is not visible. And regardless of having to hold your nose and approve it as not visible, I think that's what the commission needs to do, because the commission itself also should be fair and exercising its judgment and its jurisdiction properly. And it would be entirely improper, I think, to continue to drag this out for my clients, knowing where we're going to end up, which is that it's approvable for lack of visibility. And the
I think
commission,
at the very least, they should pay a fine. And the problem with our jurisdiction is because of all the legal stuff we have to deal with. And I think it's so inappropriate, but if we pass it, he needs to pay a fine.
like a $5,000 fine? That would be good.
well,
So-
the commission has a standard as-built fee. I don't believe you have
It's
a
10
ugly fine.
It's 10 times the regular fee. I don't know what the fee for a fence is, but
$500.
50 times 10.
Not so much.
500.
Yeah. There's,
So
there's,
how would you guys like to do this? You want to do it with a fine?
I would personally.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I do, if it's okay with you, have a question from the abutter, Ms. Robin Winter, who spoke previously. She did send you all an email back in November, and I believe from her attorney as well, yes, who is here this evening. But there was a comment, and I wanted to, through you, if it's okay, to ask the applicant if this has been changed or rectified. But it said on the survey prepared by Nantucket Engineering and Surveying PC, in the survey performed for the Biltman property by Nantucket Surveyors LLC, the fence encroaches onto the Biltman property for considerable stretches of its length. This encroachment is up to 0.94 feet or 11.28 inches. It would be inappropriate for the to approve a fence that is on a property of another party. Has that been
not to interrupt
rectified?
Polly, but the fence has been relocated.
Okay.
And that's reflected in the news site.
I just wanted to make sure that was clarified for the record. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Is the fence
The fence was
relocated?
relocated to deal with that exact issue. Yes.
And is it on this plan?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we still have, think to go see our lawyer to get a
No, I
fine,
don't think that's going to be a worthwhile venture.
and also to include that it is covered and with vegetation at the time of approval and and to remain forever. I think that ought to be included also, because you know very well that he's going to do something else and strip that out, and we're going to be stuck with it. So how would you like to have a motion? You want to do it with the fine, Val?
Yes, I'll try to make a motion. Motion to approve reluctantly because of lack of visibility with a fine of 10 times the fee, so $500, and a caveat that says, if this fence can ever be seen from a public purview, you're going to continue to be fined until it is screened properly. And I would just request that the applicant, in any other instances coming before this board, comes before the board before it's actually built. That is my motion.
All right, that's a good motion. Thank you. Abby,
Sorry, I'm a no.
no. Connie,
Aye.
Joe,
I'm a no.
and Val.
I'm an aye.
Aye, so what do we got? We got 2 ayes, and 2 noes, and I'm the tiebreaker. I don't know. I don't want it. I have to say no. I just have to. I'm sorry.
Might I ask if if we say no and it's turned down, it's gonna inevitably come back in a legal fashion
Yeah.
to the select board? And I hate to hold that over our head.
Sorry, point of order, and I'm not sitting on this. The fact that that motion dies doesn't mean that you are denying the application. They're not
Okay.
the same. What you're doing is that motion dies, somebody has to come up with another motion.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess my motion died, Diane. Someone else has to come up with one.
All right. Have we got somebody else who will? Ken? Abby, what about you?
I'm not in favor of the application,
Okay.
so I can't really make a,
Connie, what about you?
I'm not sure how I could craft a different motion.
If you wanted to, we're looking to try and get it by with something you could word almost exactly the way Abby of the Val did. And say that we need proof of the fence not going along the sideline. So
What?
part of
I'll make a motion to deny and,
That's a mistake.
Well, you
Well,
know, it's the only other real motion. Sorry to jump right in there, but that's the only real motion, other than to kick the can down the road.
I mean,
honestly.
they should be fined anyway because it's an as-built, right?
Well,
They're gonna get
the motion
fined,
to
but to
deny
deny
isn't-
means it can be appealed.
Okay, so what,
So what do you want to put up there? Deny?
I'll make that motion to deny.
Okay.
Can I ask on what basis?
Yeah, you should probably.
It's inappropriate.
It's gonna get appealed.
Well, I'd say, I mean, I think it's inappropriate style. I think it's an inappropriate length of fence. I think it's probably seen from a public way.
No, I went out there.
On what basis are you asserting that it's seen from a public way?
Well, I'm looking at it right now.
That picture is from in the driveway.
What's the house up behind it?
I went out there and you cannot see this from a public way.
Can I ask a?
Yes,
Well, the third
Who's that?
option, is there a third option, is that the applicant could withdraw this application? I mean, it's up. It's not on the neighbor's property. I have a real hard time being forced to approve something or face legal
Right.
action due to lack of visibility. Fortunately, very few applicants put us in this position, and there's usually a solution that is an equitable solution for everybody. And that's why I asked the question of why you were here in the first place, because if you're not applying for the fence to be built, you're not applying for a building permit, it's already up.
That's correct.
So I don't know why it's here. I would just withdraw it, and it's up to the applicant,
And
of
we
course.
lose the fine.
Yeah.
But I think that's an interesting,
no, don't we get a fine for as-built?
Not if they don't apply for it.
Not if, yeah.
Yeah, not if they don't apply for it.
And it certainly won't be the first thing that's been built without an application,
yeah.
but to put us in a position to have to approve it.
Yeah,
I have
Joe, I'm entirely sympathetic to your suggestion, and I will take that back to my clients, and I will, at that point, request a motion for continuation.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good. That's
I
probably
appreciate
the
that.
best solution at this time. Thanks, Steve.
Make your motion.
Okay, thank you.
So
Okay.
I'd make that motion, but I'm not
Withdraw.
well, he's going to discuss it with his
Oh,
client.
okay.
So we're in a motion to continue. So while the
Right,
client's representative speaks with the applicant.
yes. That is the motion. So Connie,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and me. Aye.
Thank you. I really appreciate the position that the commission is in this, and I think Joe's idea is a very good one. So I'll be back in touch through staff. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Diane, thank you for chairing. Now we're on to new business of February 6th. First item of which is our friend Ben Norman at 18 Williams. You want to come down and face the music, Ben?
Here I am.
There you go. Let's see. I've completely lost track of the rotation, so I'm just going to say Carrie. Okay, since Stephen isn't here, Carrie sitting in.
Great.
Good. All right, tell us.
So last week you guys put on your consent, I believe with conditions, that we were going to be lifting this house and relocating it slightly on the property to conform with the zoning.
Hey, Ben, talk a little closer to the
Sure,
mic.
It's too tall.
no problem. And you'll notice that, well, not exactly notice, but this property has been subdivided, I guess. Maybe not subdivided, but it's the lot has been shrunk. It used to be a larger lot. It's being the properties downhill are being subdivided into 3 individual lots now. So this is on Williams, between Williams and Cherry. If you look at the existing conditions, you can see the property line runs through the existing parking area. So here's the picture of the existing parking area. The new property line runs through that dumpster that's probably closest to the building. So that's the existing parking for this property. But where my truck is and that porta potty is now, it's an individual lot, whether it's 16 and a half or what number they're going to call it, I'm not sure. But so that parking area goes away completely, and now we're creating a smaller parking area specifically for number 18. And that's what we're looking at tonight.
Okay.
Question, sorry.
Yeah,
18 is the new lot, or 18 is for this historic house that's getting moved?
This, the historic house is on lot 18.
Okay,
Number
so
18
the
William
answer
Street.
is the parking is for the historic house.
Yes, it is.
okay.
Okay. Holly, did you have something you wanted to say on this?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, that historic house is a circa 1904 to 1923, which correlates with our Sanborn maps at that time. The driveway looks, that was what I was mentioning when I was reviewing this. The driveway looks to be relocated from its previous location. Would like that clarified, which I think Penn has tried, but I think the dimensions of the driveway regarding zoning bylaw 139-20.1 should be notated on the plans, which are they're not. The material choice is appropriate to the neighborhood, as I know other Belgian blocks on Cherry Street. However, I think the existing asphalt is satisfactory. I think having an actual survey of when the property was divided would be beneficial for the site plan for Ben, so you can be able to provide exactly what the difference is between the two, because it's not clear, and I think that's important to note the shift, if you will. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Holly, thank you. Okay, comments from the board on this.
Ray?
Oh, I'm
Mr.
sorry,
Chair.
Mickey. Go.
Thank you. Thank you. This is Mickey Rowland. I'm representing the Historic Structures Advisory Group, which is myself, Angus McLeod, Jason Finger, Lucy Dillon, Mary Bergman, Marcia Fader, and Sandy Kendall. And our only comment is that for a house of this period, we felt that brick would be a more appropriate apron. And that's it. Thank you.
Brick is the apron.
It's the apron. Yes.
Got it. Okay. Okay, comments from the board. Okay,
Yeah.
Abby's going.
I agree with the brick apron and possibly, I'm not sure about shell, but definitely pea stone or, but I think the Belgian block, I can't think of any Belgian blocks, although you do say they're Belgian block, but,
Holly said that.
oh,
Oh.
one, but I think historically, I think the brick is more appropriate, but thank you.
Okay, who's next? Val?
Yeah, I kind of agree with Holly. I'd love to see what the overall divide is, just because of context that may or may not be coming, but I actually don't know of any brick driveways over there, so.
That's kinda
Brick
how I feel about it,
apron.
too, but
Brick apron, they're
Yeah,
all
it's-
asphalt,
It's a little more, not country, but it's a little more.
yeah.
uh,
So, I am okay with this, the way it's being proposed.
With Belgian block.
Yeah,
Okay. Carrie?
I think the Belgian block seems too gentrified for this little street. I think it should simply be the pavement.
Asphalt.
Sorry, the asphalt. Yes, as it
Asphalt.
is, shifted over to accommodate that new subdivided property.
Okay.
Simple.
Diane?
I think I would carry with I don't think it's pretty, but I think it fits in the existing pavement.
Oh, okay. So you're okay with the Belgian?
Yes,
All right. To further confuse things, it's my turn. So, you know, I whoever said that Belgian block is reading a little bit like formal and opulent, I agree with. You know, cobblestone, great, but I think brick is fine. Are you okay going to brick?
You know, we're fine. Asphalt would be fine.
Oh, asphalt would be fine.
Sure.
You
It's
got
not-
Yeah.
you got a lot of different opinions here.
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
asphalt is fine.
Yeah, all right, and you're obviously willing to, as part of, I'm gonna hopefully conscript Joe to do an Exhibit A, is that all right? So
I'll make a motion.
ideally, the motion would include a recommendation on the apron material and the fact that we want to have the site plan that shows the subdivision.
Sure.
That okay?
Yeah, we're going to be back in front of you guys for 16 and 16 and a half, which is very exciting. And I think you guys are going to
Do
really
you
like what we're
mean
doing.
tonight?
No, it's going to be an application within the next 2 weeks.
Okay.
But if you need this, the survey that shows the 3 lots that we've created, we're happy to provide that. That's been created and approved.
Okay, but you're okay if we include as part of the motion?
Yep.
Yeah. All right. So Abby, go.
So the motion would be to approve as, with asphalt as the apron and the driveway.
Oh, the whole
Or is it-
drive.
Or shall, just,
Oh, do you want,
just what it looks like on the.
Yeah,
He would
basically
like,
it's a recreation
he would
of
like to
Oh.
have shell inside of the apron.
Yeah, I don't think we want an
That's
asphalt
fine.
driveway. That seems a little.
okay. So asphalt, apron, and shell drive.
And could we do the site plan, the subdivided site plan as part of Exhibit A?
Yes,
Okay.
definitely.
You just need to put some notes on there, okay, Joe?
Yep.
Good. Okay, that's Abby's motion. On Abby's motion, Val,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
I'm, aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, Ben,
All right,
there
thank
you
you very
go
much.
for now. You're up in a little while. Okay, 5 friendship, sorry. Got somebody for that? Got a hand raised?
And right in the, for the 3 subdivisions, what am I right there?
Yeah, I'll do it. He's here. Okay, it's Michael Wynn, is that
Yes.
right?
Yep.
So there's your name for the record. Michael Wynn, right?
Yes.
Okay, so tell us a little bit about friendship. Oh,
Uh,
before we do that,
Yep.
we're in a rotation right now, so Connie is going to be sitting in on this, okay?
Okay.
All right, now you can go.
So Five Friendship is my property. I would like to finish the garage into a finished space where I'll have an office just to work from home. But to do so, I would like to remove the garage door and replace it with a window, a double window. And
Okay. I think it's pretty self-explanatory, although we're not really sure what window size you're using.
so on the left side of the garage, I'm not sure if you can see it from this photo. There's the window is 32 inches wide by 50 inches high. And I was going to
Left
match.
side meaning the side of the building?
Yes, you can see it from that photo you're looking at right there.
Yeah, okay.
It's 32 wide by 50 inches high, and I was going to do a double window of that size.
Saw that. Yep. Okay. Everybody get it?
Yep. Motion to
Comments?
approve is submitted, putting the appropriate information on the application, i.e. the size of the windows, et cetera.
Right. We just need
That
this,
was just
we
not
need for
clear.
you to mark on the drawings that are down at the HCC office, the size of the windows, and then you're good to go. Okay?
Yep, no problem.
All right. So Val has made that motion. On the motion, Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, thank you. And
Alrighty.
now we're back to Ben. 21 Vestal. This time it's Joe. Ben?
You guys ready?
Yep.
Okay, nice and closer. So I believe it was a week ago also that you approved a infill of a porch that we proposed on this house.
Mm-hmm.
And associated with that project is to rework the hardscape around that area of the building, the side. If you could look at the existing photos of the building, you'll see that currently there's a side porch. Let's go to the next picture. I think that'll do it. No, that stupid truck's in the way. Yeah, okay, here we go. There we go. Yeah, perfect. So there's our little porch. We're going to infill that, so that's living space now. And you can see all that PT retainage. There's 2 layers there. There's the lower, at kind of low grade, there's about 1.5 feet. And then there's a little walkway, and
Oh,
then there's
yeah.
another about 2.5 to 3 feet of PT retainage. That's existing condition. The upper layer is going away completely. So when you come out of the filled-in porch, you're going to be on an elevated deck, and then you're going to take a number of steps down to a Goshen stone patio. And then the lower level of PT retainage, that 1.5 feet there, that gets removed but replaced with a Goshen stone retaining wall. So, and that's all represented in my drawings. But the end result is much less retainage, stone retainage, and hopefully just a better finished product in the end. So.
Okay, Ben, thank you. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, the dwelling on the lot is a circa 1925 contributing structure. If you can go to the site plan, Fiona. Shows the property line, yes. So I had concerns with the amount of Goshen stone and its proximity to the side setback line. And if my recommendation would be for it to be reduced in some way to make it more organic and less rigid, that would be more appropriate. And possibly if additional vegetation, or maybe the vegetation that's there is going to be retained to soften it. But going right up to the property line, that was my concern. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Holly, thank you. Mickey, anything to say on this one?
We had no concerns.
No concerns. Okay. All right, board including Joe, comments?
I have a question for the applicant.
Yep.
The patio doesn't go up to the property line though, right? It goes up to the setback line?
Yep. Yeah.
So
it's a
that you
setback
can keep
line.
the privet that's there? Is that the plan?
Yep, yeah, that'll all be planted back in once construction is done, so there'll be a softening of that edge once it's complete.
Okay.
Oh, cool. So the fence that's there is staying and all that.
Yep, yeah, that split rail is existing along that kind of traveled way, whatever. It's not a road exactly, I don't know, but no, where the existing PT wall is where the new wall goes. There's no change there.
Right, so the retaining wall is inboard from
Yep.
the lot line. You don't, it's internal to your property.
Yes.
You want to continue?
Sure, I'll continue then. I think Holly brings up a good point, that having that rigid edge wouldn't be ideal, especially if it was up against the property line. But I think the photos are compelling, so I have no concerns, given that it looks like it'll be softened with vegetation. And it's an improvement over what's there, certainly.
Okay, Joe, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thank you, Val.
I agree with Joe.
Okay, great, very good. We got Diane and Abby.
I'll go.
Okay, Abby?
I think having the Goshen stone go up to the setback is a bit much. I think that should just be natural stones going back like a footpath, and just leave the driveway as the Goshen stone.
Hold
Just-
on, just
okay.
hang on a sec. Abby, is that it?
Yeah.
Have you concluded?
So
Okay,
it would stop at that wooden deck corner and just be sort of more natural
okay,
on the side there. Thank you.
thank you. Val, were you gonna say something before I go to Diane?
Yeah, I was gonna say, based on what Joe just observed, that it doesn't go to the setback, it goes to the it doesn't go to the property line, it goes to the setback. So all the vegetation that's there is staying.
Okay, thank you for that observation. I was gonna sort of get to something similar myself. Diane?
Yeah, that's good. I think I would go with Abby and have it a little more relaxed than such a formal driveway where it is.
Okay, thank you. And my own view on this is, if I look at the Goshen stone as seen on Ben's west elevation, which is what we're going to be seeing, and I look at the photograph of the pressure-treated retaining wall, which is taller and less attractive than the Goshen, and it also seems higher somehow than what you're drawing. I think that this is a net benefit, net improvement over what is there right now. That's all I have to say. So, somebody want to do a motion?
Go ahead, Joe.
Well, I was looking for some kind of a balance here and wondering whether or not the brick, and I think this might have been what Diane suggested, the brick that's on the driveway, if that were to continue down the walkway to the terminus of the wooden deck, then you'd reduce the pathway of Goshen stone, and you'd end up with a rectangular Goshen stone patio, rather than having the Goshen stone form the walkway. So when you come down the stairs, you'd land on brick.
You're just suggesting, you're not suggesting changing the dimensions of the patio, you're just suggesting a change in material.
Yeah,
right?
the patio as here, this little area, see that there?
Yeah, you're saying that go to brick.
That goes to brick, and then you have a rectangular patio versus.
Does everybody understand
Yeah.
what Joe's saying,
Yeah.
which I think is reasonable?
Yep.
Well, I
Do
think
you
it's what
understand?
Diane and Abby were
I'm fine
saying,
with
but
it.
I was,
Yeah, I
You-
get it.
You do
It's fine.
understand?
Yeah, yeah. I'm
Okay,
fine
it's
with that.
just simply a change of material.
Yeah, I mean,
so
there'll be a
there's
little
not
bit
a-
of weirdness because we're gonna have a retaining wall that's a Goshen stone, then we'll have to transition to brick for this. It's fine, we'll get it to work, just fine.
I think it's gonna look good.
Sure, yeah, we're fine with that.
Better than good.
Joe should
Better
make
than it
that
looks
motion.
now. I'll tell you.
well, I think it puts all of your circulation, the forward 2/3 of the house is all on brick, and then that back corner is
Yep.
the Goshen stone patio.
No, that looks good.
Of course, if it's not visible, you can do whatever you want.
That's right, as we just discovered.
So I would motion to approve with an Exhibit A that changes that stretch of Goshen stone to be brick. I'm vaguely describing it because I think you understand
Yep.
it, but
Yep.
I'll sketch it on here.
All right. Joe, thanks. Okay, that's Joe's motion. On Joe's motion, Abby,
I'm an aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. There you go.
All right, thanks, everybody.
Now, I have to sit off of the following, the next three. So Abby, can you chair those? Thank you.
Yeah, Botticelli and Paul.
Hello.
Hello, Lisa. 5 Grant Ave. Guest house. So, yes, we have Val and Joe, myself, and is it Connie or Carrie?
And Diane.
And Diane? And, okay, so Carrie's the alternate.
Okay, so this is a project that is a house we did years ago, and it's just changed hands, and the new owner is making some revisions. And the building that we're making the changes to used to actually be the primary building on the site historically. But when we did the project, we took that building and turned it into a guest house with a garage in the back. And since then, the owner previous to our current client got approval for a pool, and they are turning what used to be the garage into a pool house. So our clients now are changing that design slightly by revising the doors that face the bluff from nano doors to just big sliders. And it's set really far back from the bluff. I don't think I think the visibility is
This is 32 Hilbert? Oh, no,
5 grand.
Okay.
5 grand. So if you look at the site plan, it's behind the house. The doors face the bluff. No visibility from the street.
Where's the pool?
Sorry, question that is the sliding doors look back into the site?
The
They're
courtyard,
not-
yes.
Not Grant Ave.
Exactly.
Right.
The Grant Ave elevation of that building is the old elevation with the bay window and the porch.
Okay,
The pool isn't on our plan. I'm sorry, Diane, because we didn't have anything to do with that, but it goes basically from the building that's circled towards the front, the building that's on the bluff. It's in that little courtyard.
okay.
Okay,
Any
thank you.
questions for Lisa? Nope. Anybody ready to go?
I am.
Okay, Carrie, go.
You, oh, sorry, Holly needs to go.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah. Thank you.
Fiona, if you could go to the facade. I just wanted to clarify, and Madam Chair, through you to Lisa, the previous plans that we saw have been changed,
With-
like from last week.
They're withdrawn.
Okay, so there was a change to the facade of a door. That's gone away?
That's gone also.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Perfect.
that was done under the previous owner.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's no longer, that was, yeah.
And the only change is those doors
Those
before
doors,
us. Perfect.
correct.
Okay. So as Lisa mentioned, this originally, this house was a Victorian eclectic, originally built by James H. Gibbs, back in 1870. So the doors have an appropriate pane dimensions, and they're TDL, which thank you for that, and replace the 2/2 windows that exist. I was concerned about the amount of glass, but I don't believe it's going to be visible, and happy to hear that that second door on the facade is not being done. So those were my only concerns, so that's fine. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Holly.
Can I just make one clarification? I'm
sure.
sorry, through you, Madam Chair. I think they're SDLs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they are.
They
Oh,
are.
Oops.
Sorry. They're double glazed. But I think all the windows, you know, certainly on the main house, because that was a new build, are SDLs.
Oh, they,
It's noted on the plan.
okay.
On this building, I don't remember. It was renovated so long ago. I'm not sure what the windows are. But they were new windows that went into the garage. So they were probably SDLs.
Okay. Carrie, you were going to say something.
I was going to say that I appreciate the photo from inside the property, looking at that elevation, because it tells everything, and I think this is fine.
That's looking at the street.
It's looking
No.
towards the street at the elevation that's changing, and the
Yes,
amount
that's
of
correct.
vegetation between, mostly just between the neighbors, because of the extent of that glass. It's a lot of glass, but it really, the only people who are gonna see it is the homeowner from inside. Nobody's gonna see it from a public way.
Thank you, Carrie.
Mhm.
Val or Joe or Diane?
I'm okay with it based on the visibility. I thought that was the side facing the street because that was the only picture we had and,
It's north, which is the,
right,
The water, you see the,
Looking
right.
towards the
It just,
house.
we usually get, you know,
I'm
whatever,
sorry. It was
everything,
because we
so-
got involved at a very late point. It's,
Joe?
Yeah, I have no concerns, given the visibility and
Okay, thank you. Diane?
On this building with those doors, I don't have any trouble because they're facing that way. Then we'll see at some time when the pool goes in.
Thank you, Diane. I would have liked to see just one set of French doors with a kick panel just to be historic, but because of the visibility, I'm okay with it too. Do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted with the doors, being those 4 folding doors facing north.
Okay, all in favor of Diane's motion? Joe?
I,
Val?
Aye.
Carrie?
I,
Diane on your motion?
Aye.
Aye, and I'm an aye. Thanks, Lisa.
oh, you're welcome.
Approved is submitted. She would like to have seen that, but that wasn't the motion.
oh, the kick panel?
Yeah, that wasn't, you didn't make the motion, right?
No. Oh, as submitted.
yeah.
Yeah, right? Well,
Yeah, they were asking me, and it was confusing. Was it to change to the kick panel? And I said, no, it wasn't
No.
Abby. It was, okay.
Okay, 32 Hobart.
yes, this is the shed. It's 16 by 12. Behind that, the building at 32 Holbert. You see it from Willard. Pretty
Nice.
simple. It's a hip roof, matches the single-story mass on the building that's adjacent to it. We did not put any windows on the east side. There are windows on the north and south, and the doors face west towards Willard.
Okay, thank you. Holly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this whole site is infill within the Brant Point neighborhood. As you remember, you've approved the gambrel that's there. And I think that the shed is approvable. My only concern was the window seems to be fairly large for such a small structure, but other than that, it's appropriate. Thank you.
Botticellian pole size.
Well, the story of that is we have an extra window left over from the house.
Very good.
So we thought we would use it.
Okay, do we have Mickey? Mickey?
Yeah,
on
and
this?
we have no concerns.
Oh, good. Okay, great. Okay, my board now will include Connie. And anybody ready to go?
I'm okay with this.
Thank you, Val. Joe? You're not okay with it or not on it? You're not on it. Okay, we'll forget that.
I'll go.
Okay, Diane, go ahead.
I'm for it. I think it's a cute little building,
Okay, good. Thanks, Diane.
architecturally correct.
I'm okay with it also, especially you reusing that window. It's great.
Yeah,
Thank you.
me too. So that,
just
and I'm
four?
in favor too, so that passes.
Okay, well, it was only 4 people, but that's fine.
No, we had Connie,
What about
Diane. We had
That was
Diane.
only 4, so
And
Well, I had no problem with it. I'm sorry, I thought because you said Connie, I didn't think I was on it, but I had looked at it before and assumed the details matched the house.
Yeah,
so.
they do.
it all worked out. You're good, Lisa. Good
Well,
to go.
I kept recounting in my head, thinking maybe I was missing something.
Okay, that is good to go.
A motion? A
Oh, I
motion
thought we made, oh, go ahead, Connie.
A motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, on Connie's motion, Val,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. So, thank you.
Okay, these are revisions to 88 Quidnet Road. It's a project that got permitted maybe 3 years ago now. I can't really remember. It's a long time ago. Started construction stopped. New owner now has purchased it and are making some fairly minor revisions, most of which have been approved previously. So I'll start on the west elevation, which is facing Quidnet Road. There was a single-story mass that was visible that was on the side. It was an outdoor shower with a little gable roof on it that we'd like to remove. And we had a stone foundation that we want to remove. And the chimney is going to go back to brick, which it had originally been approved as brick, and then we got approval for stone. But it's going back to brick. That's the west. The south is the removal of the outdoor shower and the removal of the stone foundation. And we added a shingled wall around the porch. Oh, and we removed an exterior stair that had been on the previous approval. The lead from that porch down to grade. And then the east is the shingled wall around the porch. And again, removal of the stone foundation. So we continued boarding around the windows where the window well is. We didn't want to leave that just concrete. and then the chimney to going back to brick. And the only thing visible on the north is the foundation and the chimney going back to brick.
Thank you, Lisa. Holly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for the record, this is a circa 1900s cottage. It was originally built for Mr. Rickardson, and it was originally on the beach and moved to its location in 1920. And as Lisa mentioned, you all approved some work a couple of years ago on the property. I appreciate the revisions that are before you, especially the chimney going back to brick, and the stone being removed completely. The reduction in scope is actually most appreciated for this contributing structure. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Mickey, are you on this? No.
No, we're not on this one.
Okay. Okay, board members. So now, I guess it's you, Carrie.
Yeah.
Back to you.
Should I
Okay.
go?
Sure, if you're ready.
I appreciate everything. I think the board skirting is much more appropriate than the stone that was original, so thank you for that.
Good. Val?
I concur with Carrie.
Okay, good. Diane?
Well, bringing Johnny McLaughlin to mind, that three-walled window should be up so that the eaves come across the midline there.
Well, that's already been approved.
Oh, that's not on this application? Okay,
No, and
Diane,
that's in the kitchen, and that's a
Whoops.
cathedral space. It's not a dormer, just to be clear.
okay, Diane, that's not on this one. It's already existing.
Oh, okay.
Any other comments?
No, other than that, I appreciate what's been done. Thank you.
All right, me too. Do I hear a
Motion
motion?
to approve is submitted.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Val, on your motion.
Aye.
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 And Diane
Aye.
and
Abby.
Abby. Okay, I'm an aye. Oh. Is that enough people?
I'm going to abstain from this.
Carrie was called out, but I'll sit on it. I paid
spoke
attention.
already.
Yeah, so
one more
Aye.
person.
thank you, Joe.
Okay, everything all set? You guys good?
Yes, we're good.
All right, thank you. So let's see, next up is 7 Stone Post Way. Do we have anybody to rep this?
Christopher.
We do? Okay. Oh, hi. How's it going? 7 Stone Post New Dwelling. Let's see, rotation. I think we're back,
I was
or at
just
least my rotation is back to you.
I think it's, okay.
Connie?
Yeah. I think it's
Connie.
Okay, Connie. I wasn't paying attention
Yeah,
for the
sorry,
previous ones.
we're trying to keep track.
Oh,
It's because it's
Actually-
almost pizza time.
oh, yeah, we'll do this one application, I forgot. The pizza is here. So after we do this application, I'm gonna take a little break, okay? Go.
All right, so I'm just gonna do this as fast as I can then. So this this is it's an open lot on the property. It's on Stone Post Way. This is one of, I think it might be the last remaining open lot in the subdivision that's there. The house, the design itself, we tried to keep it pretty consistent with the neighboring homes. Most of them are 2 stories with additive massing on the sides. You're going to see most of them are gable forward as well, which is what we're trying to do here too. The other part of it is there's a front porch. There's most of the properties on it actually have front porches that are facing as well, and 2nd-story porches. Again, tried to keep it as consistent with 5, 11, 15, 23, 24, 28 stone posts are the pictures that I had taken. This one in particular, it's backed up another 15 feet from the 2 neighboring houses on the side of it, just to give a little bit more sense of privacy and coming off the road a little bit more. It is white windows, white trim, painted white trim. It is a charcoal gray architectural roof. On the roofing itself, mahogany white door, and pretty much that's from a color perspective. That's what we have. Main massing is 812. I know a pinch point always with modular is the height on the second floor. So what we did is we did lower our top plate to 7.6 to be more consistent. And besides that, the only other comment I would make is my client has been in contact with the neighbors as far as the project is concerned. Wanted to address any concerns on that. We know there's a wedding coming up in mid-September, so we're going to be conscious of that as well for the neighbor on the side, and also in regards to screening on the sides as well. That's something that I believe the neighbors and my client are also talking about. That's what I got.
Okay, thank you. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this architecture fits in well with this neighborhood of this infill Sconset vernacular. My only concern would be the front door on the facade. With having both side lights and a craftsman style type door, they're competing with one another. And so I would recommend to remove one or the other. I think more importantly, maybe get rid of the craftsman style door, maybe something similar, something that would have the fenestration match with one another, with you having 6 lights within the door, and then the side lights, and then the 2/2 windows. So something there I would recommend looking at. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Holly, thank you. And to go a step further, didn't Rob Benchley say he and his group reviewed all of them and they had no issues?
That was correct. Yes,
For
sir.
Sconset?
Correct.
Okay.
I'll go.
Thank you. Yes,
I
Val.
think it fits in nicely with the neighborhood, and I like Holly's suggestion, and maybe a 4-panel door with the side lights would work because of the 2/2 windows, but thank you. It's got a lot of additive massing, and we love that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Val. Who's next?
I would go.
Abby, and then you, Diane. Go ahead.
Okay, I agree about the front door competing, so I think it just a regular panel door would be fine, solid, or something that goes with the 2/2 windows. I think the shed dormer on the far right looks way down around your ankles or something. I wonder if that could come up and be a little more prominent. Right now, it looks like it's too small and too low on that plane. So those are my concerns. Thank you.
Okay, Abby, thank you. Diane?
I think the front of it is good. However, I really got to take all that glass out of both sides of the front door, drop it down to 3, have our typical glass if they want to have glass going up the sides. But I don't feel that all that glass on both sides of the front door are architecturally correct with the existing house.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Connie?
Yeah, I have nothing really else to add. I'm in agreement about the front door. If we could maybe change the door itself, that would be good. And other than that, I really like the design. Thank you.
Could I add something?
Yeah.
Just one other thing about the verticality of those windows. If they were a little bit wider, I think it would be perfect. But they,
Are you talking about the first floor windows?
yes, they seem almost Victorian in their verticality, and I don't. If they were one size wider, I think they'd look a little bit more Sconset-y. You know, it's a nice generous size.
So like a
They're
210.
already 34 inches wide.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the height then. Yeah, I don't know.
I do have them at, I think they're 5'5", they're 2.856s, so they're a little taller on the front. So I'm happy to go to a 210.52 or a 2.852 or something similar.
Let's see what the rest of the.
I feel the same way. It's funny because that happened on the new school thing with the vertical windows. let's see, did I get everybody? Yeah,
Yeah.
I did. Abby, I'm only gonna respond to the dormer comment. I understand what you're saying, but it really can't go any higher without the shed dormer peak either reaching or exceeding the height of the actual ridge that it's sitting on. So I can understand why it is the way it is. And if it's an issue for anybody, I'm sure that they can move it to the other side, but
Maybe it's
I
a cathedral, Cedric.
it is a cathedral.
Oh,
yeah.
so it's just a.
It's a
I got
transom,
it.
it's like a transom up in a cathedral.
Gotcha.
Which personally I don't have an issue with. I just thought I would explain why that looks the way it does.
I think well, could I just, I mean, I just want to, it just looks a little odd. Maybe if it were actually 3 windows, it might sit better. And it might read more as like a
I
clear
think it'd be
story.
Okay,
too
or-
much,
here's the
too
other
much.
thing.
Okay,
What you're not seeing because of the quality of the drawings is the diagonal roof that's going around the hip on the front porch, which is preventing you from going any further over to the side. The line weight
Oh, I
is
see it.
not
I see
good.
it. I see
Like,
it.
It's not gonna look the way you think it's
right,
gonna.
right where it says the pitch.
Right.
Yeah, got it. Sorry, didn't see that.
No, it's not
I'll make
my
a
my
motion,
fault.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
To change the front door to a 4-panel and the side lights to 3 lights with a solid pane underneath. You know what I mean, Chris? Yep. And I think that's it, right?
I'd be in favor of adding the lifting up the windows.
And downsizing the C windows, 1 size in height,
Go to 5 times.
vertically,
Do that.
yeah. Yes,
You'll have to explain it to me.
okay, yes. Joe will do the exhibit A, I'll show him what to do.
Okay, that was,
Yeah.
Joe, sorry that it's falling to you, but like this seriously.
Well, you have that nice little thing.
expedites
Yeah, no problem.
stuff. Yeah.
That's my motion.
Okay, so this is an exhibit A, where this is getting approved with the front door changing from a, what do we call that?
Craftsman.
Craftsman door to a 4-panel door.
Yep,
3 light side lights that go down to the lock rail and reduce the window height on the C windows.
1 size.
1 size vertically. Okay? On Val's motion, Abby,
I'm an I.
Diane,
Aye.
thank you, Connie,
Aye.
Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay. there
Thank you very
go,
much.
Chris, thank
Enjoy your
you.
pizza.
Oh, yeah, pizza time, right. Yes, forgot all about that, thanks.
You must not be very hungry if you forgot about it.
It's gonna be a 4-panel, solid door. Yeah, to match the 2/2s. Yeah, yeah.
So we'll be back at 5:40.
Yeah, sometimes there's things that we're kind of unaware of.
She's.
Oh,
Okay.
you know what? I got to recuse from this. No, we own the piece of property behind it. Just wondering what they were doing back there. So can you chair this one? Yeah, it's a nice house. Yep, very nice house.
Plenty to go around. It's just that-
I know, I just looked up there and I saw it, I'm like,
Okay, everybody together? So, somebody's, Lisa? No, don't. So I need to recuse from this, so Abby's gonna take it.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Yeah, we own the property behind it.
Oh, okay.
I was always curious what they were doing over
Hi,
there.
Matt.
Hello, Madam Chair.
How are you?
Very good.
We're on 54 West Cedar.
Happy Tuesday.
52 West.
It's actually National Cherry Pie Day today.
Is it?
Yeah, I looked it up. There's like every day, there's like it's national something.
Bing cherries or?
Didn't specify, just said cherry pie.
cherry pie.
It's actually also National Muffin Day. There's like 4 or 5 different things. per
You're
day.
lucky.
I didn't want to say Happy Tuesday. What's that?
You should bring what you talk about.
I could.
Thank you for that, Matt.
It's a little tidbit.
Do you want to do your spiel?
I'd love to. Sure. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is a very simple application. So you had approved an addition to this structure. And so we're moving forward with that. There's just one portion on the back of the building. It's on the south elevation, sheet A 2.1. And we were proposing to do a 2-foot addition off the, you can see it in the south, but it shows up on the west elevation. But if you look at it on the south, I think it'll probably be more helpful. If you zoom in on that lower image, that's actually the previous HDC approval. Sorry. If you keep scrolling down. There you go. So that clouded area on the left side of the first floor. So we were proposing to bump out over that that shed. I think it was about a 3-foot addition. And in reviewing the program, the owner really likes her kitchen the way it is, and so we're just looking to omit that portion that was, again, a proposed 1-story addition. So we're just removing something that you've approved and adding a window in that mudroom, and that's the extent of the changes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Matt. Holly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for the record, this is a circa 1850 Greek revival, gable-ended. And you all did review back in 2020 the addition before you. I appreciate the reduction in scope at the rear. I think it's appropriate. And my only qualm would be to make sure that the date of the historic structure is actually indicated on the COA. Other than that, I have no concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Mickey?
No concerns.
No concerns. Okay, board members, let's see, where are we? Is it back to you, Carrie?
I'm not sure, but I guess
I'll
so.
go. Well,
Thanks,
she's,
Val.
I guess I just didn't understand it. It says it's being omitted, but there's this little thing sticking up that wasn't there before. This little bump out.
Well, that is the existing condition. And so as part of the addition, we were basically building over that so you
Okay,
couldn't see
so I
it.
was looking at this right here. Okay. Yeah, so the okay, never mind.
So you're okay, Val?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'll go.
go ahead, Diane.
I am okay too. I think the old one is good.
Okay,
Me too. I'm good.
okay. And I'm good.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Thank you, Val, for that. On Val's motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
uh, we on this?
No.
No.
I'll go. Aye.
Thank you, Connie, and I'm an aye.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
What?
This guy?
Yeah.
I'm an irregular board member.
He's an irregular board member.
But you could be.
Okay, so now we're gonna move along to 1 Brook Farm Road. Is Mark Catone or somebody from his office here? That's for you. Nobody? Okay, well, we'll move past that one, hold for representation, okay?
Okay.
All right. Now we're on to our favorite subject, pickleball court at 33 Quidnet Road.
You're out in the middle of nowhere.
Let's see. I don't know the rotation.
I think Connie was on the last one. so
Connie
it
was
might
on the
be-
last one, and you're gonna speak, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so then it's to Joe. Regular board plus Joe. Got it?
Sounds good.
All right.
Good evening. So it will be myself, and then I will have Sarah Alger follow up after my introduction to the project. So if I will just start. So these applications for pickleball, and we did receive the letters shared from the office from abutters. So I did take a time. This is not the updated plans. We did email this morning the updated plans.
This morning is a rather difficult thing to do. The day of the
And we did
meeting.
swap the plans on.
What's
the-
updated about it, Mirka?
They did send them in.
Mirka,
Okay, so.
what's
then-
been updated?
Okay, location of the pickleball court.
So it's not where
not
this
where it is
drawing
now, yeah.
shows? Because I'm pretty sure if that's showing that way and my little screen is showing that way, I don't think we have that.
This is just general, not just Mirka, but when you send stuff in at the last minute and there are 2 people down there, it's very difficult to get everything
Oh.
digitized.
No reason to be sorry.
I can
Oh,
share.
well, okay, so now we have a little bit of an issue because Diane, who is sitting on this, doesn't have access to this.
Mr. Chair, it's Sarah Alger on behalf of the
Hi,
applicant.
Sarah Alger.
Hi there. I think if you don't have the plans and people don't have access to them and you got them not in time, I think we'd be smart to just continue for 2 weeks.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah, because
It's just putting everybody
the
in a
rest of us have
difficult
paper
position.
copies, which is fine, but Diane doesn't have access to that.
Right. Yeah, that's not good process. And maybe the abutters will take a look at the plans and be happier with the new location.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think that works all the way around. So,
Is that right, Mirka? You're gone next week, right?
Yeah, but I can. Oh, we don't have a meeting? Okay, so 2 weeks then. Yeah, I will be back. In 2
There you
weeks.
go.
okay, so it's 2 weeks hence, all right?
Yes.
Would it be
So,
out for the
so,
Sorry.
do we even need to move this? Because it hasn't been deliberated. Yeah, we're just gonna pass over this, okay?
So my
So-
apologies.
All right, so we're passing over that so that the new information can get circulated. Which brings us to 24 Surfside, Town of Nantucket. Somebody here? So hand raised person, do you have anything to say? We're actually not reviewing this right now.
Okay, I will wait until we review it. Thank you very much.
I heard a thank you very much, which means I think they're going to review. Okay, good. All right, fine. Thank you. Again, Town of Nantucket, 24 Surfside Road. Anybody? Yes. On Zoom? Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Okay, hopefully you all can hear me. My name is John McMeeking. I'm joined by my colleague Alex Janich, who's a senior architect. I'm a landscape architect. We're with SMRT Architects and Engineers.
Yeah, so you're kind of muffled, John.
Oh no, okay. Turn it up a little bit. Is that any better?
Just speak a little slower so you.
Okay. I'll try this again. My colleague Alex is here as well. Should you not be able to be picking up my volume, I apologize for that. My name is John McMeeking. I am a landscape architect with SMRT Architects and Engineers, and I'm joined by my colleague Alex Janich, who's a senior architect. We are here representing the Nantucket Public Schools on what we're calling Phase 10 of the campus-wide master plan for the 24 Surfside property. You all may remember this piece of land is the former Kaiser family property. The public schools purchased this a few years ago. So this is now sits on the corner of Surfside Road and First Way. It's a small 3/4 acre lot. And we are proposing some improvements to the main building. The school, like I said, has purchased this house and this property with the intent of converting the first floor to faculty and staff offices and the second floor to a 1-bedroom faculty apartment.
John?
Yes.
The sequence that we're going right now is we are now supposed to be reviewing a demolition.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to
So
give
let's
scope of
stay
work.
just to that particular application right now.
That sounds good. So
All right.
that sounds good. The parcel of land is 3/4 acres with 2 structures. One's the existing house and one is the existing garage. We are proposing to demolish the garage after our structural engineers and architects reviewed the building. It's really unsuitable. It's not safe. There's really there's no need for the public schools to be using it. So the point and the proposed option here would be to remove the garage in its entirety.
Okay, so Joe, were you going to sit on the previous application that didn't get heard? Okay, so sit on this one. So Joe is sitting in on your application plus the regular board. Okay, John?
That sounds great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. And Holly, do you have anything to tell us about this garage?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Only that there was no date associated with it, but looking at the tax, which is very typical of our NHL update as well, it's a circa 1957, both dwelling as well as garage. Regarding the garage, it's a shame that it couldn't be adaptively reused for the purpose of the school. I didn't see any elevations in there, but there wouldn't. Maybe just the what's it called, tax assessor's information for the layout, but other than that, no other concerns. Thank you.
Okay, Holly, thank you. Board members, comments?
I'm good.
Abby's good.
I'm okay. I just agree with Holly that it's too bad it couldn't be used for something over there.
Okay, so Abby's good. Val is just okay. How about the rest of you guys?
I share Val's opinion, just okay. It would be
Okay, so
great
we
if it
got
could be
one good
repurposed.
and 2 okays.
Community garden.
And I'm too okay. I'm just okay.
Okay, all right. Diane, thank you.
I
So,
had like a meter.
oh gosh, Val, did you go?
I did. I said I'm just okay. I
Oh,
wish it could
that's
get
right.
reused.
Okay, so we got 3 okays, 1 good, and I guess I'll be an okay. So can we have a motion on this?
Well, I was okay. And I was
No,
gonna make.
you were good. And
Yeah,
then
I was
now
good,
you're
but
going to
now,
change your vote to okay.
now I'm only partial, but I'll make the motion to approve.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Abby has made the motion to approve this. On that motion, Val.
I'm a no because it's a demo. It could be a demo move off.
I think that's, well, actually, as a garage, you don't need to advertise, but are you going to advertise this thing?
That was not the intent, just because the structural integrity of the garage is
Okay.
it's very
All right.
very poor. It's
All
all
right.
rotting inside, and
Okay.
it's in bad
Got
shape.
it. Thank you. So Val is a no. Joe.
Aye.
Joe's an aye. Abby.
I'm an aye.
Okay. Diane. Diane? Diane, you're muted.
Wait a minute. I'm an I too, I
Oh.
guess.
Okay. And I am an aye as well. So the motion passes 4 in favor, 1 opposed.
Oh, I was
Okay.
only opposed to it being a straight-on demo.
Which it is.
I know,
and
but
he
people could take
explained that
garage
it.
doors or something. Or
Yeah.
whatever.
All right, well, here we are. Okay, so now we're going to talk about your addition. And now, is the addition to the house?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it is. This what's up on the screen now is not our project. This is, I believe, it's we should still be on the second portion of 24 Surfside. Thank you very much. So there are some minor site improvements that are proposed as part of this project. I will just briefly touch on those. Because the intent is to convert the first floor to staff and faculty offices, we need to provide a bit of space for some parking, some outdoor dining / lunch eating areas, and just general handicap accessible upgrades around the perimeter of the building. There will be a new stair constructed up to the second floor, which will be the 1-bedroom faculty apartment. And there will be a new addition proposed on the front of the building, small addition, which would be a new conference room for the faculty offices. At this point, I would like to turn the mic over to my colleague Alex, who's a senior architect again with our firm, and he can describe the architectural improvements much better than I can. So thank you all very much for listening.
Okay.
Sure. Good evening. I think there isn't much more to add from what John mentioned. It's a very modest addition of about 170 square feet, give or take. The existing trim is white, raw cedar shingles. We would match that in kind. We are proposing to replace all the windows. Also, same double hung, simulated divided lights with spacers. Again, white. And I think that's really the extent of it. The roof of the addition is a 4/12. The existing house is a 7/12. We don't think it really sort of affects the general appearance of the house. Not sure that anybody really noticed if there was an addition to it. But I think that's it, really. That's not much to say about this.
Okay, so one thing I'm going to tell you for the future here, and that is it's fairly clear from your drawings where the addition is because of the way you've rendered the shingles and so forth.
Mhm.
But you're really supposed to be bubbling any change to the existing building so it's readily apparent what we're approving.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
In other words, all this, staircase, decking, handicap ramp, should all be bubbled. Okay,
Understood. Thank you.
all right.
That's fair.
With
Yep.
that, let's see, I'd like to turn it over to the board, and in this case, we
Mr.
have Carrie next in the rotation.
Mr. Chair, I do have comments
Oh,
for you.
yeah, go ahead, Holly,
Thank you,
sorry.
Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a circa 1957 contributing dwelling to be converted to offices and an apartment above with a small addition for the school. I appreciate the scale and keeping the residential vernacular for this project. I did want to mention that the application should have existing elevations instead of just the proposed, so it's clear the change. I am concerned with the exterior stairs that are going to be facing Surfside Road. That's a little atypical. Normally, they're facing the rear. If at all possible, if they could be switched, that would be great. I had no concerns with the SDL windows being proposed. Note on the site plan that there are 2 curb cuts that will be proposed for this overall project. They'll obviously be going through the planning board if they haven't done that already. But more importantly, that will be a future hardscaping plan before the commission. I am happy also, on a side note, to see a bioretention area proposed for all the proposed impervious surfaces. But regarding the change, it's that exterior stair that I think needs to be looked at. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Holly, thank you. Okay, board members, including Carrie. Hello. Thank you, Abby. Yeah.
My first comment would be that in that dormer that's been flipped up there, those windows the panes are horizontal, and I think the size of the A1s or
They're existing.
those are.
I think so.
No, I thought that was part of their add addition.
Oh, sorry. That dormer in the back, see, this is where it gets confusing. The dormer in the back is new?
No, it's there.
Dormer in the back is existing.
Right. Okay, it's existing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, to Holly's point about the staircase on the road, if that can't be flipped to the other side, or I would suggest either trellis, squared off trellis or something, so that it sort of sits a little bit better. It's quite eye-catching, so that should be addressed, I believe. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Abby.
I'll go.
Val, go ahead.
Sure, I appreciate keeping the house pretty much the way it's always looked from the road for us. And I just have a question. You have an apartment on the second floor. How are you getting out your second egress? Is there going to be another stairway proposed somewhere? There's no interior access, so how are you getting around that?
You mean because he only means if
He only has
Just
one
one.
exterior
Single
stair.
stair,
Yeah.
So if the stairs are burning.
No, she's definitely, that's a good point.
As a dwelling.
Joe
you need to
noticed
have
it.
two.
That's fair. Yep. We thought we were under the size requirement for this. The apartment is less than 500 square feet, but we will look at that.
All right. Okay.
I don't think so.
I'll go.
Okay. But Val, was that it? Okay, thank you.
I'll
Carrie?
go. I agree with the stair issue, and I also, if that's your main way to get in, I think it should be inside. I think the scale and that stair are just incongruous, and if you were to incorporate it in a small addition that encapsulates the stair and that deck, I think you'd be way better off and maybe in better keeping with the scale and how exterior stair works.
Is that it, Carrie?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Diane?
Yep, I wondered, are those windows up in that little dormer? Is that under change or is that staying?
That's existing.
That's existing, okay. I think they're too small, but I think Callie's got a good idea of moving those stairs in there. They are not anything that we are used to seeing outside facing the street. They're not handicapped in any way. I think whether you're under a 500-foot thing or not, I'm not sure. We should look that up and see whether it's what it's fit out with. But the stairs are got to go, and if you ever doing a window, make them a little larger. They're very small for that house. Thank you.
That's it, Diane? Okay,
Yeah.
thanks. And here's a question for everyone. The top of the handicap ramp is less than 30 inches, right? Above grade? That's to the applicant.
Yes, it appears to.
Yes, it is.
So the
Yes,
reason
it
I
is.
ask is because of all those balusters, I don't think you need them.
I think on any handicap ramp, you need railings.
We thought it was a,
Railings, but you don't need balusters.
No, you probably don't. Alex, do you want to comment on that?
no,
Those
I
are
mean,
probably
it's,
42 inches, yeah.
yeah, we need a railing, and this is typically a commercial application, so we kind of went with that approach, but we can certainly tune that down a little bit, yeah.
It would be much less, well, you'd save the rainforest woods or the Pacific Northwest, but the other thing is it'd just be less busy looking. So maybe could you do a little bit of research for us
Yes.
into the exterior stair and the questions that have been raised by the board?
Yes, definitely.
Absolutely. Thank you.
No idea. Why do you ask? Oh, anyway, so can we have a motion for more information and some possible revisions?
Oh, move.
That's Diane's motion. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Aye.
Carrie,
Oh,
yeah,
sorry, aye.
and Diane on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now we got 3 applications from Ethan. Is
And he has requested to hold. He
He's-
can't get on the internet
No kidding.
where he is, so he said, please hold them.
Was he up in Maine? All
I
right.
don't know where he is.
Well, it doesn't matter, but so we're going to hold the next 3 applications, which means that Abby will be chairing the next one because it's us, Botticelli and Pohl. And I'm going to move away from the table. Thank you, Abby.
25 Pleasant?
Nope.
Lisa was
43
gonna go
North Leb-
home and get on.
Oh, you know what? If Lisa's in transit, I'll just handle it.
Okay. Oh, she is?
Lisa, I'll take it.
I'm
Who's
here.
next in-
Can you hear me?
Ethan is holding
Connie,
his
can you be
3.
on this one? Okay, great. Sure, of course.
Can you hear me?
Lisa,
Yeah.
I'm here.
She
Can
has
you
the
not hear, can you
pictures.
guys not hear me?
We can hear
I
you.
can hear you.
Okay, okay. Okay, so you're gonna do this one, right? I just wanted to make sure you can hear me for the other ones.
Yeah, did you want Ray to take it, or are you gonna do it?
I can do it. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
If he'd like to do it, he can. It seems pretty simple. Not that he can't handle a complex one, but
I know what you
I didn't mean
mean.
it that way.
Go ahead, Lisa.
This is just revisions to the north elevation of this little building. It was to change a window from a 6/6 to a 4/4 with, I believe, the same light proportion.
That's it.
That was it. I believe that's the only change that's listed on the application.
Wow. Okay, that's, I think we can get through this one. Oh, Holly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for the record, this is a 1930s cape, and you all have seen revision or changes recently. The revised window on the north, I don't think it will, I think it'll be obliquely visible. As a 4/4 though, it's the only 4/4. Most of the fenestration is 6/6. I think there is an 8/8 somewhere too. I'm just concerned with that being a little odd. And then just want to notate that this is an SDL, so I would assume the rest of the windows that have been changed out are also SDL. This is in the OHD. So those are my comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Is there anything from Mickey?
No concerns, it says on their report.
Okay, terrific. So
Correct.
Lisa, what, to Holly's point, was there a reason about it doesn't look like it's not the same configuration as the other windows?
I think it must have had something to do with a plan change that needed to accommodate a narrower window.
Okay, all right. Board members.
I
Val?
I don't have any concerns.
Okay,
No.
like that.
No
Connie?
concerns.
No concerns. Diane?
I guess no concerns.
Joe?
Yeah, I have no concerns. Well, all right, with some hesitation, because I think just looking at the plan, you could shift the window and keep the 6/6.
I think
Yeah.
what
But-
it is the toilet is in front of this window, so the 6/6 was too narrow and it to fit with the vanity.
Okay,
Now that I look
Yeah.
at the plan, the width of the bathroom has
I think given
changed.
it's viewed obliquely, I'm fine with it.
Okay, great. Do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Thanks, Val, for that. On your motion.
Aye.
And Joe?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
And I'm an aye.
Thank you,
Thank
Abby.
you.
All right, Val. 32 York.
York.
Let's see. Who? Oh, Joe, you were on the last one.
Yes.
And blow up pictures of the windows in case.
Carrie. Carrie, you're on this one. Okay.
Okay. So this is a house, 1892 on York Street. We aren't in the OHD, but the house is historic. Robin and her husband are moving here, retiring here, and they want to make the house as energy efficient as possible. So the request of this application is to replace the windows. We did a interior and exterior survey of all the windows. I just handed out a stack of those window pictures in a larger size, if there's any hesitation. There are no original windows in this house, as well as the bay window in the kitchen is thermal presently. And in 1994, which is the other handout I gave you, there was an extensive addition and alteration done to this house, and all of those windows, as you can see on those plans, were added. So if there were possibly any windows that were existing, and we welcome anybody to come over and look, would be just the front square section. And yeah, that's it for now. Did you want to say anything, Robin, or?
No, just that we're also trying to preserve, just so you know, that the architecture.
Better talk into the mic.
Sorry. We're also trying to make sure we preserve the architecture inside, especially in that front area. Just so that's, no, we're trying really hard to keep as much as we can. That's the intent. Looking forward to being residents. Actually,
Okay.
we are residents here now.
Thank you. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is built between 1881 and 1892. And I say 1881 because that's actually referenced on Bird's Eye View, which was done in 1881, and Sanborn maps. Bird's Eye View is actually a painting, photo, something that was done in 1881 that actually shows the streetscape of all of Nantucket from the harbor. You can look it up, Bird's Eye View, 1881, right at NHA. This is located within the OHD, Val, so it's in the heart of the OHD. Because you got to remember it goes to Prospect Street and then it goes up towards New Lane. Appreciate the photos as always with the windows. I did notice that the schedule of the conditions were missing, which is usually needed for a historic house. But I will say that I do understand, based on the file that's been provided, that there was an extensive reno done in the 90s. So, were all those windows replaced in the 90s? Would be my question. If so, no additional details would be needed. But if there are original, I think those original ones need to be needed. I don't have a concern necessarily with having the structure go to SDL, especially if there's existing SDLs, and knowing that there was a contemporary restoration, I would say, use that loosely, done in the 90s. But I don't think Anderson SDLs are appropriate, especially on a historic structure, gable-ended. I don't think their profile would fit for the 6/6 double hung. But I'm glad to hear that there is the wants and the need to keep the house as it is now. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Holly, thank you. Mickey?
Yes, thank you. I think my forthcoming comments really only relate to the front of the house, which seems to be probably the oldest and the one that's the section that's the most visible. So I would say that if there are some old windows, and perhaps those are where the old ones are in the front section, that those should be maintained and restored. I certainly appreciate the need for energy efficiency, but there's ways to make an old window efficient through storms, interior storms, or various other techniques, rather than just replacing the entire window. So I didn't realize Anderson's was proposed. I would agree that Anderson's are not appropriate. I'd suggest more of a wood sash window. SDLs would be fine, but not Anderson's. And I guess that's it. Thank you.
Mickey, thank you. Board members, you want to start into it?
Can I just ask its location? I was trying to find a site plan. Is this a house on the corner of West York Lane and York Street?
Yes.
Holly?
Yes.
Yes, it used to be West York, but York.
Yeah, West York Lane and York Street. That view on the top floor, those two windows that look down at the harbor, has the most spectacular view of everything right out to the harbor and overlooking whatever its height is. It's absolutely perfect. It is, if anybody has a chance to look at it, you would be so surprised. That's all.
Oh, anything on the application?
No, I think that I think the windows I would like to see in the front stay with, as you know, with the TDLs and working around. I think it's I would hate to see the building moved or done much to. It is a perfect 1890 building. And as I said, its view is spectacular. I'd hate to see anything ruin that. That's all.
Okay, Val, thank you. Who's next?
That was me.
Oh, God, I do that all the time.
I'll go
Well, I
quickly so you don't
Okay,
have to be
Diane, I'm so
embarrassed.
sorry.
That's all right. I'm flattered.
Abby,
Flattered.
for the record.
Go ahead, Steve.
Well, so the
minutes late today, holy moly.
the windows that I'm seeing in the pictures look in great condition, and I'm surprised that you want to spend all that money because they look terrific. And the outside too. I mean, it looks, a lot of them are, have that inset with the 3-track. They're inset into so they've got that new fancy sort of way of doing it. So let's see. I would definitely say the front of the house should keep like the true divided light, and I'll leave my comments at that and see what other people say. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Stephen. Let's see. No, that for the record was Abby. Carrie, you're on this, right? Yeah.
I think I definitely agree with the no Andersons on this quite old structure. I would be open to an SDL of a Green Mountain, really historic profile. I think the front elevation of this house, I drive by this all the time. And I don't think you will notice that these are SDL's new windows if the profile is
All right.
very narrow, historic profile. Is everything okay? Yeah. So I'm in a quandary simply because the side elevations of the main block, I think the windows are not its main focus, really. I think the front elevation, if just those 3 windows could be preserved, but I'm not closed-minded to going to SDL's All Green Mountain as well. So we'll just see what other people have to say.
Oh, I need 2 associate members. Joe, are you on? Am I? Well, I was going to go to Connie. No, I was actually going to do Connie because she's the rotation, like this for me. Connie.
Yeah, I don't really have anything else to add. I would be opposed to the Anderson windows just because of the profile. I'm not 100% sold on the front. So I guess I kind of leave that up to the rest of the board. Thank you.
Okay. It sounds like the consensus view is no Andersons anywhere. And I think to Mickey's point, scrutiny of the main older volume in the front, it should be sort of held to a higher level than the rear L additions. Should we look for some more information on this? And
Can she ask a question?
yeah, of course.
I'm new at this. So just can you help me understand what the profile isn't correct in the Anderson versus say Green Mountain? I tried to find Green Mountain and I'm struggling a little bit trying to find someone to show me the windows to understand.
So the best way that I can summarize it is Andersons have a flange, a vinyl flange that wraps around the jamb of the window, and it pops out past the casing, which is the wooden piece that goes around, which is unlike virtually any other window, like Brosco, Boston Sash, the one you just mentioned, I forget the name.
Oh, Green
Green
Mountain.
Mountain. All of those, or I should say, none of those have that flange. And so Andersons are great windows. They're, very weather tight. They're durable as can be. But the flange in a historic district like this is something that just totally, absolutely pops out. So that's the difference.
Thank you.
Sure.
The other thing about I know you're concerned that they look like they're in great shape. They rattle, they're coming undone. This is, trust me, we know this is a big, expensive
Okay, I think
piece.
one of the things that Holly said in her narrative was that we needed more information on Holly and or Mickey. They might have both made this point of how many of those windows in the front are old and how many have been replaced. It'd be nice.
I'm gonna take better pictures.
Yeah,
closer
I
up
think
pictures,
that
and
would be
I'm
good.
sure they've all been replaced.
Yeah, so in which case we have more latitude. Okay,
So we're gonna hold to decide
yep,
what we're gonna do next.
sounds good. Can I have a motion? Hold for more information.
That's my motion.
Okay, Abby's made a motion to hold for more information. On that motion, Carrie?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Diane? Abby?
Aye.
Diane, I think you might be muted.
I was barking, sorry. Aye.
Yeah, okay, you're in and I'm in too. And Abby made the motion. Abby?
I'm an aye.
Yeah, okay, so there it is. Thanks, guys. Oh, and I have to sit off the next three.
You coming back?
This one's Ben and Abby, you're gonna.
So that. Okay. So Joe, can you be on this?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, Ben.
Okay, hi, everybody. Ben Shampoo for the applicant, 40 Easton Street. This is a renovation underway currently, and the landscape, although it looks maybe a little elaborate in this design, is there's not a whole lot going on with it. There's a wall that I'm proposing to be built out of Pennsylvania fieldstone. This is to replace what used to exist there. There were timber retaining walls that held the elevation on this property originally, and they were torn out during the renovation. And I'd like to put back something that is more durable and kind of a once and done installation. I'm proposing an apron at the street that's typical on the street. Plantings, stone steps. They're all going to be reclaimed, probably reclaimed granite or reclaimed bluestone of some sort. The idea is to just keep it subtle. The walls themselves are really only 14 inches high on the average. Some sections are a little taller, some sections are a little shorter. So it's not a tall wall, it's just to get us up to elevation that we're trying to use every foot or 6 inches allowable down there because, as we all know, it floods. There's some significant screening from the road to hide the AC units on the garage, which is to the west side of the property. Let's see. So with the screening, I'm proposing a hedge and some, trees that will be deciduous, but I have my doubts about what would make it down there exposed for evergreens, other than potentially Leland cypress, which I wish we'd all get away from using. So I can answer any questions. I'm sure that there are some.
Thank you, Ben.
Yeah.
Holly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for the record, the house that this hardscaping is proposed with is a circa 1898 eclectic style in the Brant Point section that's located within the OHD. The Belgian block apron is appropriate to the character of this side of Brant Point. However, the driveway dimension should be provided for the conformance with the zoning bylaw 139-20.1, apron depth of 10 feet, etc. I had some questions on the proposed, is there reclaimed granite curbing on the property? If it's located within the town's right of way, obviously that's something that this commission cannot approve, but it looks like it's right on the property line. Or is it on the backside of the town sidewalk? Kind of wanted to get some clarification on that. I don't think it's appropriate as proposed on the side property line. I think the landscaping will assist in masking the AC condensers. Appreciate that. Had a question on the Pennsylvania fieldstone. I'm not familiar with that being used as a treatment within the Brant Point area. So that was a question I had overall. The driveway gate, I don't think it's appropriate. Side gate is fine, although I do think it's an atypical design. The 5-in-1 privacy fence, I'm not familiar with a 5-in-1 privacy fence in Brant Point, especially this area. And I don't think it's appropriate within the OHD. The existing fence is more appropriate for that kind of work. So those are my comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Mickey?
Yeah, I guess we're going to disagree with Holly that the Belgian block is probably not appropriate in this location. There's already a brick sidewalk leading down the road, and then to change to Belgian block, it's just a mix of materials. I think it's more appropriate just to stick with brick for the apron instead of changing to Belgian block. The gate is definitely not appropriate. I really don't think we want to see every property owner in Brant Point start putting up gates around their driveways. It's it creates a sense of exclusivity in a traditionally informal neighborhood. The stone walls, the plan makes it look like there's a lot, and Ben's saying that they're going to be low, which is good, but they still create sort of a border, which is a pretty formal border around the driveway. I think that some of the stone walls could possibly be eliminated just by berming down to the driveway rather than having a wall as a retaining structure. The AC units I'm just noticing in front of the garage. I wouldn't count on just the privet and trees screening those. I think a fence would be much more effective as screening for those air conditioning units. You don't want to see those from the road. And also regarding Holly's comments about the 5-in-1 fence, I think we would agree with that. Probably not appropriate in this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Did we establish the board? I think. Oh, gosh. Well, Carrie is way over there, so she's not on it.
Yep.
1, 2. Okay. All right, terrific. Okay, so everybody here is on it. Anybody ready to opine?
I'll go if you want.
Okay, Diane, thank you.
I agree with a great deal that Mickey said. I think it's safe brick because that's what's there. I think there should be a fence going along the air conditioners on that garagey thing. I think that I'd like to see it flow a little more from one greenery place around to the other, like on the left side where you have all that greenery in front of the building. Then as you get along, you just have independent. They should follow the same. I think they should follow the same type of planting that you have, so it's not quite so defined as here and there. That's what I got for now.
Thanks, Diane. Val or Connie? Anything?
I can go.
Okay.
I agree with what's been said, especially my concern is that gate on the driveway. I am opposed to that. And I think, you know, going back to having everyone have a gate, I just think it's just exclusivity, and I'm not sure that's what we want up in Brand Point. And the personal gate is fine. I don't mind that so much. And the fence is a little atypical for that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. Very good.
I can go.
Joe, thanks.
I have no issues with the walls, especially since Ben described these replacing timber walls, and given that they're less than 18 inches tall. So I'm fine with that. The condensers, I think somebody mentioned fence, but there have been a few that were recently approved in town that were done like shower enclosures. So something along those lines, which I assume would be a solid board, natural to weather if they need to be on the front of the building. The fence, the 5-in-1, I think feels a little bit suburban to me, and I think if it was a solid board fence, then I wouldn't have as strong opinion about it. The gate, conceptually, I share the same comments. I mean, there may be I don't know if there's a design solution that gives that gate some transparency somehow, but I see you've got the structure dashed behind there, so I'm not quite sure how the transparency would work, but that, I mean, yes, the next. Yeah. And in the past, when we've looked at gates, which seem to be coming up more and more, we've had applicants bring a few gate options. It makes the conversation go quicker, and I think you may not end up with a gate, but you're gonna have a better chance if you have a few options. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Joe. Val, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm looking at pictures of Grant Point houses and some aerials. There doesn't seem to be anything with a board fence. At least pre-renovation, they're all hedges.
Right.
So I'm not in favor of the fence at all, I don't think. And screening the AC units, yes, is important, and I agree about the gate. It's interesting because back in the old days, gates weren't allowed at all anywhere, and now all of a sudden we're a gated island. But anyway, yeah, that I agree with what's been said.
Thank you, Val. Diane, I got to you, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So Ben, what, do the AC units have to be on the front of the house? Because I think on Easton Street right there, I mean, I wish they were around the side, because then you wouldn't have so much of a problem.
Yeah, I think in this situation, there were setback issues, and probably more restrictively, there are Concom 50-foot buffer issues.
Well, if that's the only place they could be, I would definitely screen them with boards, because as we're finding out, landscaping and screening doesn't always cover. I think I agree. I think in my mind's eye, I see more brick on Easton than I do Belgian block, so I'm not sure about that. And you're saying the general driveway itself will be pea stone or shell?
I think it's going to be pea stone.
Okay.
I think it's going to be pea stone. You know, the owner may change his mind. He is actually more partial to shell, honestly, but I'm trying to.
Okay, just wanted to know.
I would like to press for. I understand the fence, and I understand the gate. I do think though that those houses along there are mostly building at least immediately adjacent on both sides.
I think if you can prove that, we would have to eat our hat, but
Yeah, I think I'll look.
Right, so, we could probably, I don't know which way the board is going, but we could leave that off and you could find out for us. So what's the feeling of the board?
Hold for revisions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I
that's a
would
great
hold for
idea.
minor revisions.
Okay,
I am also gonna go down there and see about the fence thing.
sure. Well, we can all take a look. Thank you, Ben.
Okay. Is it possible, I know that you guys are off next week, and I'm gonna be back on, I'm not gonna be back until June, but I'd rather be in person. Possible to get on after the 10th or something?
I would just do a Zoom while we can.
Well, or hold it till he gets back.
How would you rather do it?
Well, we don't, yeah, so we don't have it next week.
Madam Chair, sorry.
Yes.
Well, it's held for revisions, so when he comes back in with the revisions, he has to sign back up for all business.
Okay, all right, all right. Do I hear a motion to hold for revisions?
I make that motion.
Thank you, Diane. On Diane's motion, Val,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and myself. It's an aye. Thank you. Oh, yeah, no, I did for a split second. Okay. Is Lisa presenting?
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yep.
I can hear you.
Okay. Okay, so this is an application for new construction at 90 North Liberty Street. I know you guys know this building. It's a beautiful old building. We came in front of the HGC a while back to put a foundation under it, and it's been restored. There've been really no architectural changes to that house and no significant architectural changes even to the interior of the house. And the goal here was to take an existing garage and workshop, rebuild the garage so that it's a new structure by incorporating what was a carport that was attached to the garage into the footprint, and then to take the old workshop and add it on to the back of the garage as well as an old shed. So we're retaining a couple of the old buildings as add-ons, but in the new structure, we wanted to actually provide a garage as well as one kind of more modern bedroom space. And so this garage is much like we did at 16 Western Avenue, attached to the old building via a breezeway.
Hi.
Is that, sorry, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
Just barely.
It's attached to the building by a breezeway, and I do have, and which is why I ran home, is I actually have drawings that show the building attached to the old structure. So, but I'd have to share my screen to show those.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Okay, thank you. Now, how do I do that? Why can I not find? That's microphone.
I just want to put it on mute.
How do you share your screen on? I just can't find the button to share my screen. Normally it's down at the bottom, but I don't have anything that shows
Hold-
up.
Lisa, I'm gonna have to, you're not a panelist, so let me
Oh,
promote you to
okay.
panelist, and then you'll come over, and then you'll have access to share. Sorry about that.
Can I ask a question while we're waiting?
Lisa, on the site plan, is this building in the setback? What's in the setback? Oh. Oh, there, that's better.
Lisa, you're muted. You have to unmute.
It is in the setback. we're going to the zoning board of appeals to request a variance for this. Or a special permit, I guess, because it exists in the setback. And I also spoke to Paul Murphy about waiving the issue with the fenestration on that elevation because it abuts a driveway, basically, that's, not buildable. It's only 15, 20 feet wide, so you could never build a structure there. So, he has waived that requirement from the building code, which allowed us to put fenestration on that elevation, but it is in the setback. It exists in the setback today, so we're just trying to continue that. Because we thought the separation to the old building was very important, and we didn't want to move it, keep moving it closer.
Is she now a panelist?
She's on there and showing.
Oh,
showing the
I could have turned around. Oh, wow.
So the.
Holly, are you ready?
Yep, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I first off, I guess we've got two applications. One is the partial demo of the garage and then the shed move. So the garage actually is a 1930s, the Herbert Gardner garage. There's an HTC survey on file indicating that it's contributing. And then the main dwelling that the garage is proposing to be attached with a breezeway is the Major Josiah Coffin House, which is a circa 1724 individually significant lean-to, and it's actually been HABs documented. Attaching the garage to this individually significant lean-to is highly inappropriate, even if with a breezeway. These structures should be kept separated. And also, based on the plans that were in the packet at least, an updated site plan would be appreciative, understanding the proximity with all the structures. And then the plans should clearly identify what is being demo of the 1930s garage and what's being proposed, because to me, it looks like it's completely being demolished. Even though we understand that the shed is being relocated to be attached to it, which I think is, I know it's the other application, but I think that's a great thing to retain that historic character and fabric on site. So I do have some questions and concerns with this application. Those are my comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly.
Through you, can I just clarify something just that came up, and it's better shown maybe on the other elevations, is the garage was slated to be demolished. There is a workshop that's currently attached to the back of the garage. That's proposed to be relocated as well as the shed. But it was on the same application as the garage, as the new garage, because they're attached. But I can show you that. I can show you that when I stop sharing my screen and after Mickey speaks.
Maybe, Lisa, we're going to need, colors to show the existing and the proposed.
It's more evident when you look at the east and west elevations of the building. But,
okay.
But understood.
All right, let's hear from Mickey.
Okay, thank you. So, attaching this two-story garage to it's a very historic building is, we feel is very inappropriate also. Just comments about the building itself. It's very tall and pretty massive when you look at it from the north elevation, which will be very visible from Cliff Road. It would be preferable to have a one-story additive mass facing Cliff Road rather, and bring the overall height of the building down some. It's just pretty tall and massive. And in general, I would say that an accessory structure for this old house should have more of an old historic barn-like feel rather than a fairly generic two-story garage. That this just doesn't relate to the house at all. It should relate to the character and period of the main house. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey.
I'll stop my share.
Gosh.
So
This is such a great project. Is anybody ready to?
I'll go.
Okay, go Val.
I appreciate saving anything, so thank you. That's great. It just wasn't really clear it's just not clear.
If,
I
Val,
think that, connecting it with an all glass, breezeway is no. Perhaps if it was just an open structure, okay, but I also think it'd be great if this looked more like a historic barn structure. It's very contemporary, very suburban as it is now with the flush dormers and everything, so, well, they're not really flush, but maybe the E forward. I don't know what the solution is, but I think separate is better as well.
Thanks, Val. So that would be you, Joe, or
I'll
Carrie?
go.
Go
I'll
ahead,
go.
Carrie.
I agree that this building is incongruous with the historic structure and that any sort of added garage apartment is just not appropriate at all. It seems that you have a humongous property and the outbuildings on this property also have a really great historic profile, and the fact that they are minimal in scale really gives credence to the main structure. And this is not doing that at all. And I'd rather see a completely separate dwelling in the backyard or something. It seems like you've got a ton of space. So that's where I am. Sorry.
Thank you, Carrie. Connie. Oh, sorry. Joe.
Yeah, I agree with everything that's been said. Particularly, I like the idea of the barn vernacular, because to me that implies you might even be able to get, something that is, height won't be an issue, because I think the simplicity will override the height. And I think you'd end up losing dormers and you'd have a simpler structure that may actually work better for you on the second floor. Not that the second floor doesn't work well, but the dormers feel like they're driving the design a little bit too much. And so I think the dormer vernacular is an interesting way to go. And to Val's point about a more tenuous connection, like an open breezeway, that sounds palatable. I definitely like the addition of the existing structures to the rear of it, and the character of those is charming. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Joe. Diane. If you're there. I'll go until Diane comes back. I don't have anything to add really. I thought the garage could be simpler. I think the dormers make it look awfully modern. And I appreciate saving the outer buildings, the little small ones. They've got so much character, and thank you for incorporating those back. But I think we all agree on that. And also the glass connector. I think something else. Diane, are you there?
My dog was barking at his new toy and creating big noise. I agree with what you and Joe just said. And I think that it will be, I think a barn-like thing in the back, more tucked down, not quite replicating new modern buildings, would be a good thing. That's
Thank
it.
you. Thank you, Diane. Do I hear a motion for revisions then?
May I ask a question?
Oh, yes.
Just, I just wanted to clarify from Joe. I understand everybody likes the idea of it being a simpler barn-like structure, which is a great feedback. Joe, were you okay with the barn-like structure in its current location, or did you also want to see that further away? Because this works much better, obviously, in this location where the garage was, so you can go right into the mudroom and the kitchen, in the older house. But I just wanted to clarify whether having some sort of connection is okay.
I think I'm okay with it in its current location, It's hard to say definitively because I think it has a lot to do with the language of how the revisions manifest.
Yeah,
But also looks like you have wetland issues
we
in the
do.
back.
We do.
I think if this helps at all, if it got further from the street, I don't think anybody would object, and actually think those appendages that you're recycling, if there's a way to make those somehow more prominent from the street side, that would be kind of nice. Versus now they're on the back towards the wetland.
They're in the back. They show
those-
on the site plan, Val.
Oh, on the
They're,
existing
they're
site. They're right-
attached to the garage.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the shed is completely detached, but the workshop is attached currently.
Yeah, I mean, I know you have setback issues, so you can't really
Yeah.
add it to the side and you're not going to put it off the front. So
Yeah.
that's probably not possible, but I'm fine with it in its current location, assuming that the language changes enough that it feels separate from the house.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted clarity.
Sorry, is that enough to go on, Lisa?
Yep, it
Or
certainly,
revision?
Make to hold for minor revisions,
minor.
Understand.
minor.
Sorry, Diane, did you make a motion?
Yes, I said
Okay.
to hold for revisions.
Okay, on
And
Diane's.
Can we add that we want to see the existing house with all the application elevations, where it is, how it relates?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, you mean the ones that I was sharing?
Yeah, those
with all
are
the
great.
elevations.
Yeah. I'm sorry. We emailed them at the end of the day, and that's why I came home, because Fiona wasn't able to get them digital for the meeting, so.
I think it has to be sooner than the night of.
Yeah, well, you know what, because of Mickey's comments, I saw that. I thought they'd been submitted, and I didn't realize till today that they had not been, but I will make sure they get there earlier next time.
Thanks for that, Lisa. Whose motion? Oh, Diane's motion. On Diane's motion to hope for revisions. Val?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Carrie? Diane on your motion?
aye,
And I'm an aye. Thanks,
Thank you,
Lisa.
guys.
And Madam Chair, the shed, can that
That was-
track with
yeah,
the
North Liberty.
original application?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Thank you, Lisa.
Can somebody make that motion to track?
Motion to have the track shed with the up shed. Motion, what did I say? About
Upshuck.
seven words in the wrong order. Motion to
only
have
7.
the shed
Don't
track
look at the
with
clock.
the home.
Thank you for that motion. Val?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Diane?
aye,
And Joe on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Whatever he said, we don't really know.
Did I say shack tread shack? Did I?
Shack.
Did I? The trek shed? I don't know.
We understood. They're interchangeable.
Oh, boy.
Trash, don't say it 5 times fast. Where do we go?
Now we're, no, Fourth North Water.
I don't know, where did they go? Oh, I'm on the wrong page.
Did a while ago.
Linda, you're confusing us.
Yeah, we're already confused.
Oh, boy.
So, has anybody ever bought the White Elephant?
Yes,
No.
I walked by it.
Pyramids.
Yeah,
They're excavating, yeah.
they moved the elephant.
Move the elephant.
Yep.
It's happening, yeah.
4 North
At it.
Water. 26. Where are we? Oh, there we are.
I think we're at.
Okay,
Coney.
Matthew. What? Yeah, sure.
I think it's Connie.
So I was Connie.
Yeah.
Well, we need Connie and somebody else. Would that be you, Joe? Okay. All right. board, Joe, myself, Abby, Diane, Connie.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you've seen this application once before. We had previously come to you with an addition to 4 North Water. And so the feedback we received from the board was that you'd prefer the buildings be completely separated. And so we're here before you with a freestanding structure adjacent to 4 North Water. And also we were able to get some feedback from the board about some of the architectural details, scale, et cetera, et cetera. So we will be before you. We still have an open old business application for 4 North Water. As you recall, we were trying to remove the rear one-story section and move it. Excuse me. And so we'll be back before you for just straight revisions to that building as its own freestanding structure. So you can see in the site plan, it's a freestanding structure. This is a hotel, so it's basically four rooms. And with that, we can scroll to the elevations. I think that'll be helpful. Okay, so if you look at the street elevation, we've got, let's make sure I got the little points here. So east elevation, that's street facade. The previous iteration was a Greek revival style, which was what the style is of the building next door. We did include a streetscape, a 3D streetscape for your review. But what we've done is gotten away from the Greek revival style and dropped it to a 1.5 stories. And then adjusted the massing as a whole. So the previous north elevation, some of the feedback the board gave was that it was basically a really tall vertical wall. Now the visibility of that elevation, the north, I think is going to be fairly minimal because the adjacent building is within like 10 feet. Having said that, we dropped the plate height to a 1.5 stories and then integrated a 12-pitch roof, and then we've done gable dormers on the north and the south. Now I do think that the south is going to be more visible because there is about a 24-foot gap between the buildings. So when you're looking down North Water, you're likely going to see that. So we've utilized the same dormer style on both the north and the south. We've also adjusted the rear additive mass, if you will. That's also a 1.5 stories. But we also changed the dormer style to a shed transom dormer, just to mix up the vernacular, if you will. We're also trying to be cognizant of the neighbor. The neighbor does have a second floor deck that looks out over this parcel. Now, historically, that deck was not a deck. It was just a decorative baluster. I'm not exactly sure when, but it was converted to a deck. But having said that, we've gone out of our way to put elements on this north elevation that are not visibility centric, if you will. So we've got bathrooms, higher windows, just trying to be cognizant of the neighbors. We have heard from the neighbors. We did talk to them. We talked to their attorney. They talked about some of their concerns. And so we've done basically everything we can to be as good a neighbor as possible, although this is a buildable lot. So as far as the massing is concerned, we do have a secondary additive mass towards the rear of the property, and that houses the elevator lift. So we do have to make the building accessible because it is a new structure. And what we plan to do is connect the two structures via basically a deck, if you will, so that if you do have a accessibility need, you can go into the elevator, get up, go outside the building, and then access 4 North Water. So that's one of the reasons why we previously had the buildings connected at the ground level, if you will. But as it is right now, they are disconnected. So as far as the style is concerned, we researched multiple styles, Greek Revival, Victorian, Second Empire, and really studied each collective building in the immediate context. And so we tried a couple different directions, and they were either like too busy, too competing, and we felt that this approach really worked well. And if we could scroll down to the 3D street elevations, this is what the building would look like. Actually, there you go. It's A206. So we've got the Graydon House, 4 North Water. and then our building, and then the adjacent property owner. So we actually modeled their building with 3D scans and whatever was available at the building department. So it's a fairly accurate representation of what that building looks like. And so in terms of height, the structure is not taller than 4 North Water, nor the abutting property to the right of us. And so for what it's worth, we spent a lot of time really studying how this building fits in to this collection of buildings. And we feel scale-wise, it's appropriate. Rhythm-wise, it works pretty well. But with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Matthew, thank you. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is although the application says it's a new dwelling, I would say it's a new inn, right?
Yeah.
To mask as a dwelling within the OHD. And then the stoop addition to tie in with the Obed Joy House from circa 1846. I appreciate the proposed streetscape. I think this is very helpful. I'm glad to hear you all studied this really well, getting the actual dimensions and whatnot of the existing structures. Very, very helpful. Shows what the proposal is a lot better than having an actual addition onto that historic, individually significant structure. I was curious on, you mentioned about, we've got the Gothic revival or Carpenter Gothic, and then you got the Greek revival, and I'm curious on what you're calling your infill.
It's a great question. I don't think you could really, I have a little bit of an issue with, I think that periods in history are easily identifiable because you see patterns evolve, and Greek revival is a little bit easier. But in our research, even within Greek revival, we'll find elements of Victorian or hybrids. And there was also certain periods. I think I've literally looked at every historic photo in the NHA archive, and there's some fascinating examples of ornate railing details and roof pitches that don't necessarily fall, in my opinion, into any specific category. So it's hard to throw this into, label it as Greek revival. And, from my point, it's basically, a story and a half structural, gable forward, shutters. And so I don't think you can really categorize it. Now, I don't think that's a bad thing, but I just didn't want to pick. I would also say that because the other adjacent properties are so specifically associated with a particular period or style, trying to take a style and then say this building is this style, a lot of the opportunities that we looked at or versions we looked at looked a little bit too played up and too obvious. And so we wanted the building to have kind of a simpler presence on the street, not try to compete with some of its neighboring properties, but massing wise, scale wise, and detail wise fit in nicely.
Mr. Chair, it's a simpler vernacular. I'm not going to get into the details. I do think this is a better direction than what Matt had before. So thank you. I did want to mention we have received a butters, which it sounds like has been taken in consideration, but you all have that was emailed to you. And then we do have a hand raised from Mr. Steve Cohen.
Now, before we get to any raised hand, I would like to hear from Mickey on this.
Okay, thank you. So we also think this is a better approach than the previous application. To be more specific, the roof pitch is pretty steep. I think it could be a little shallower. This is essentially a 12 pitch. If this pitch were lowered, it would bring the overall height of the building down a little bit. The covered entrance on the front, we looked around on North Water and didn't see any other covered entrances. Maybe we missed some, but it doesn't seem to be appropriate in the collection of buildings along that street. And also having the door centered is a little unusual. Most of these gable forward buildings have the door off to one side. You don't really see a purely symmetrical gable forward building like this. The shingle space between the front windows on the first and second floor is a little excessive. Lowering the ceiling height probably would reduce that and bring the building down even more. And the color choice of white, both buildings on either side are white. I think it would be, more appropriate to kind of mix it up with a little bit of gray or some other tone than just plain white. And that's it. Thank you.
Mickey, thank you. Now I'm going to go with the person who has their hand raised. If you could announce, first of all, unmute and announce who you are for the record.
Mr. Chairman, Stephen Cohen. I represent some of the abutters at 8 North Water, the Davisons. And I believe that you also have a letter from, that building is actually a 2-unit condominium. And I believe that you also have a letter from John Cole, who's not technically my client, but owns the other unit in that building. Can someone confirm that that letter was received and that the members have seen it?
Mr. Chair, yes, we did receive that.
Thank you.
Okay. So, this space has been empty for a long time, hundreds of years, and at some point it's appropriate for it to be filled in, and my clients aren't objecting to that, but they are objecting to the scale and potentially to the shape in which it's being done. And, I have to say, Matt is one of my favorite architects, and I really appreciate his designs here. So I'm not going to rip it apart as a terrible, horrible thing. It's not. But there are a few ways I think it could be better. One is that this house, and especially if someone could get rid of that thing that's blocking the houses. I don't know what that. Yeah. So the house is disproportionate in its scale compared in how wide it is compared to how tall it is. Because if you look at the scale of the other buildings, this one is a little lean and pointy, and it looks like it was kind of jammed in there. And I don't think that is appropriate. And it's one of the reasons why it would look better if it was both shorter and had a different roof pitch. The other thing is that if you look at the buildings on either side, their upper level is entirely within the ridge, and here you see that there's this, I guess I don't know what it's called. It's the flat part of the building before you get to the roof. So like the roof itself should be lower towards the plate height of the where you have, if it's going to work with that architecture of having the second story within the roof structure, as opposed to having the roof sitting on top of it part way. And in fact, the returns at the windows at the meeting rails really kind of emphasize that situation. The building also has disproportionately amount of dormers on either side compared to the other buildings. On the other buildings, they're small accessory and low in proportion to the building, but here the dormers on either side are effectively trying to make a full scale second story there, even though it's a gable forward building, and that those dormers should be more traditionally smaller and maybe only one of them. I understand that the program inside wants more, but the proportion is a little off the way they fill the building. But really the main point that I would make is that the William Easton house, which is my client's house to the right in this picture, and the Obeded Joy house, which is the house on the left in the comparison, are both from 1846 and have both been visible to the public since that time. And my concern is that the design here blocks both, important historic features to the public in a way that wouldn't be as blocked if the architect did two things. One of those is lower the scale of this building, and the other one is to extend it. I understand that they want programmatic space for hotel rooms or whatever, which is fine. Like that's not the objection. But there's a huge yard here, and if you look at the Obeded Joy house, it's a long telescoping building. This building, the William Easton building, is also a building with a long extension. And then both of those extensions are low scale. And I think that if more of this building was low and long and less of it was tall and boxy, it would work with those two buildings much better. And it would also allow for more of the historic structures to be visible to the public, which I think is important in this area, especially because there's such a view of this from the Whaling Museum. Thank you.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. Any other hands raised, or should I take it to the board?
Can I just add one quick point?
Right.
Just the Mr. Cohen's clients, I mean, their structure is a full 3 stories. The building's large scale. And one of their bigger issues, which I understand, is that they have the second floor deck, and now they're going to have a structure next to it. And so I think that some of the comments about lowering it and pushing it back are to open up that view, less so I think about architecture. So
Okay,
thank
I'm
you.
not sure you necessarily need to rebut that, but that's fine. Okay, I do want to reiterate the board. It's Joe, Diane, Abby, Connie, and myself. Who would like to begin?
I could try.
You can try. Go ahead.
I'm looking at the two. Thank you for the renderings on either side, because that really helps us to like see where you're coming from and the difference. One of the differences I see is there's a lot of siding on the houses to the left and right, not so much fenestration, and they appear simpler. So maybe lose a window or two, or maybe it's the shutters that make it seem extra, but they look so simple and so fine. You know, they're just perfect, and yours is getting there too. But I think one of my main concerns is it's sort of space between the buildings. And right now, I think it looks crammed on that left side, and now you've added the stairs going up. I think if you could see through and give it its individuality, it would be better. I think the man door on the first floor reads as like an elevator door. If that could be around the corners and just be a window, I think that would quiet that down. Other than that, I think I think it's really coming along, and I think it's going to be great. It's a very exciting job, great neighborhood. It's now Matt's Corner.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I'm looking forward to hearing what other board members say.
Okay.
Thank you.
Abby, thank you very much. Who's next?
I could go.
Joe.
I like, well, I don't know if that's the right way to characterize it, but I think your narrative about style, it makes some sense to me here, because you do have that Gothic and then the building to the right, and you have the second Empire building, I guess, is the Graydon House. So stylistically, it feels like you're in the right direction. And I've been staring at this thing while everybody's been talking. The thing that jumped out to me at first was the center entrance, and then Mickey mentioned it. So I think that's worth a look. And when I do look at the scale of this, it feels like, at least if you look at it straight on, the middle perspective, that could have been a house that's been expanded over time. But it does go back quite a ways. So once you're there, you realize, oh, it's probably not a house. But a lot of our hotels, including the Jared Coffin House, I mean, it was a house at one point. So I think that narrative works. I definitely think the space between your building and the building to the right that you can see in that middle perspective is super helpful. And I think it might just be the drawing here, that the space between you and the Gothic building, because of that little L, it's looking like this kind of dark, murky corner in the rendering, but I think it probably will feel more separated. I think Abby's comment about the door there on that lower level, if there's a way to omit that, that would be ideal, or screen it or somehow. That just feels a little confusing. I think somebody mentioned simplifying fenestration. Yeah, I'm curious to see where you go there, but overall, I feel like, even though I didn't sit on the last one, it immediately felt controversial. I look at this and feel like, wow, this is really workable, and it's going to be, eventually it's going to be a really nice asset to the town. So those are my comments. Oh, excuse me, one last comment. Mickey's comment about color, I think, is a valid one. It'd be interesting to see a streetscape with some color, if that's possible.
We could do that.
Okay, that's it.
Joe, thank you. Who's next?
I can go.
Connie, go ahead.
I appreciate this approach much better. And the streetscape is extremely helpful. I think somebody mentioned maybe a little bit shallower roof pitch. I think that might make it more congruent with the other two buildings on the side. And that covered entrance, I'm not so sure about the covered entrance and where it's located. I don't know if you could off-center it or move it to one of the sides. I think that might help. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Connie, thank you. Diane, it's to you.
Well, I think there's been a lot of work done. One of the things that catch my eye, and I guess it's been mentioned, is the building with the door in the middle. It seems not to fit in so much. I'm interested. I'd like to see a site plan where we see what the back buildings are, because I think that makes this will be seen from both front and back. And there seems to be a lot going on there that we don't know what it is. I'd like to see some of that filled in. Other than that, I think he's going along at a good pitch and getting what should be there. But I would like to see what he's planning for the sides and the rear.
Okay. Is that it, Diane?
Yep.
All right. Very good. Thank you. What I have to say has been mainly said. Reduction in the roof pitch would be helpful. And I don't mind raising the eave, although that will affect the dormers on the sides. Also, you know, I actually think this is a Greek revival, and as such, it wouldn't, I can't think of any hipped porch roofs downtown at all. I mean, I'm sure they exist someplace, but I just can't think of any.
There's a few. If I could, to that point, we looked at like a straight, like a farmer's porch or like a hip porch that went coast to coast.
Porch.
But it looked too incongruent, if you will. And we tried a number of different like incarnation styles. And the one thing about this, the center and the simple entry porticos, it just felt simple. And you know, these other three buildings have they're historic, so we're really just infilling this one section. And so the approach was to try to be like kind of quiet and kind of be respectful. And that one centered entry porch seemed to be like kind of the quietest and most respectful. But we also looked at just a straight entablature, like that house that's on Pleasant Street, you know, that farmhouse with the exposed rafter tails. It's all white on white as you're heading into town. But I think that's like so beautiful, and that's actually center. Yeah. And like, so that's just a flat roof.
Right.
Anyways.
Right. Well, it's just an observation. And the only other thing that I'll call attention to, oddly, it wasn't mentioned before, but this addition or the back piece, as seen on the north elevation and as seen also on the east elevation, the front, like the roof of that sort of like juts out in a peculiar way. Like it's just offset from the main roof going in the wrong direction. Ordinarily that would be pushed in, but now it's pushed out. So I think that might create sort of a funny looking condition. Beyond that, I agree with what Holly, Mickey, and the rest of the board members said. So that's it for me.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I had a thought, if it's okay
Yeah,
to
please.
mention to Matt about the facade itself and the entry. There are some Greek revivals that are historically in town on Center Street that have a recessed entrance. I don't know, maybe that was an idea to look at a recessed in and it's off center as well. Just a thought, throwing
We
that
could
out
certainly
there.
look at that. I mean, the only reason I wouldn't say it's Greek revival is just with the shallower pitch, it looked more Greek revival where we have the steeper pitch. And again, I'd love to actually collect a lot of these images on the NHA website because there's so many fascinating images of things that were, some of them are in town, some of them are outside of town, but with the shallower pitch next to the Gothic revival, it looked kind of too squat. And then specifically next to the larger scale 3.5 story Greek revival next door, it looked a little, but we can adjust the pitch.
Okay, we could go back and forth on this, but so the funny thing is, at least I wasn't suggesting a reduction in the roof pitch to turn it into more of a Greek revival
Gotcha.
building, although it would be sort of, it's just that downtown, the roof pitches, and of course, your first building contradicts what I'm about to say. Most of the roof pitches are shallower downtown, and then occasionally, you know, you get the Carpenter's Gothic that has a steeper roof pitch, and the one down by Vaughan and Dale, or formerly Vaughan and Dale, across the street there, you know, they have steep roof pitches, but for the most part, you don't really see them downtown. Anyway, so I think we're looking for some revisions.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, Abby has made a motion to hold for revisions on that motion. Joe?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
And I'm in favor.
Thank you very much.
Matthew, thank you. Linda Williams, 8 New Street.
I think this probably should have been on consent, but I'm going to just defer to Holly because it just never made it onto anybody's list to look at the last 2 weeks. I'll defer to Holly. It's a door. They'd like to replace the door in kind, and the only alternative is to change the color from the Essex green to, Holly, I don't have it in front of me anymore, Newport blue, which is an approved color downtown, so I'll defer to Holly.
Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a, per MPT, it's a circa 1840 typical Nantucket 3-bay. It's a like-kind replacement. As you know, in OHD, we don't have, staff does not have the authority to be able to approve a like-kind for fenestration. So, but on the proposal, I have no concerns at all.
That's it?
Yes, sir.
Oh.
TDL, it's appropriate.
Let's see, Mickey, anything on this?
No concerns.
No concerns.
Me either. I don't have any concerns.
Well, you want to give it a try?
You mean
motion.
without?
A
Who's
motion.
sitting?
Your opinion
Carrie.
matters most to me, so I don't
Oh.
really care. If you like it, I'm gonna
I think Carrie.
move it.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Oh,
Bruce?
yeah, I should
Yeah.
say what the board is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Oh,
think
there's Carrie.
Carrie's-
Hey.
yeah.
Okay, so Abby's made a motion to approve on that motion. Carrie?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
I'm in favor. All right. One down. Roof walk at 2 to 4 Highland.
Now that you guys have sort of wrapped your heads around the full extent of this project up on 2 and 4 Highland, the roof walk was taken off. It was just too much at the time. So we're bringing the roof walk back. If you've got a chance to look at all the pictures that I put in, there are 55. I went from I used to live up there at 64 Cliff Road, and we had a roof walk, but it blew off the top of our house and landed in the driveway. So I'm well familiar with this. I walked by it every day. And between Sherburne Turnpike and Cabot Lane and Cliff Road and all of Lincoln Circle, Grand Avenue, that whole little block, there are 55 roof walks. 55. 11 have no skirts at all, but have quite substantial shafts. 19 are all white with skirts.
There's one gray to match the trim, which I believe was your project, Mr. Chairman. 19 white with natural to weather skirts, 5 all natural to weather, so that's not the norm. The norm is actually white with natural to weather skirts or all white. 3 have decorative skirts, you know, with the little fluffy things on them. And there's no consistency at all as to where they're located. Some are located on the long roof, some are located on secondary elements, some are located on a different, completely different element entirely. At least 8 appear to be gable forward, and you can see the picture of it right above you. There is a gable forward, but there's a long roof behind it. So this is not atypical. It's within keeping. The direct abutter on our old property at 64 has a roof walk. 62 has a roof walk. One behind it has a roof walk. The one in front of it on the corner of Highland and Cliff Road has a roof walk. I think we're pretty much in roof walk city up there. We used to spend we grew up also at 10 Lincoln, and that has a huge roof walk on top of that gambrel. So we spend a lot of time on our roof walks up there, as well as our neighbor's roof walk, as well as the one across from us roof walk.
Okay.
So I think we are pretty much in contact
So you
now that
want a
you've
roof
seen.
walk.
We want a roof
I know,
walk.
like, not far
Now,
away.
it has white trim, but as I said, half of them are all white. The other half are white with natural weather skirts.
Okay.
They don't care.
But you're doing white with natural skirt.
Yeah, they don't care which one. That looks good, white with natural weather.
Okay, thank you, Linda. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So 2 and 4 Highland are the infills you all have reviewed quite extensively over the past year or so. And you all did review and made an opinion on having a roof walk. I do believe there were comments about it being too squat, also being on gable forward, and not being appropriate. So I will just leave it at that you all already
Which is why
discussed
they
that.
came after
Hang on,
me.
Linda.
I know.
Hang
Because I
on.
grew up up
Those are my
there.
comments. Thank you.
Okay, Holly, thank you very much. Mickey.
Yeah, no objection to the roof walk. I think there's plenty in the area. I think the size is actually good. It's 8 feet wide and not too long, so that's a good thing. I would suggest maybe trying to space the skirt boards with a black material behind them, so give some spacing so it looks like there's not a solid mass there, if you know what I mean. And that's it. Thank you.
Wait, Mickey.
All the rest
I
of
think
us-
Linda needs to register an objection to what you just said.
I'm registering an objection, but most of them are
No.
up there are solid. They're not spaced.
Did you know he was going to say good stuff about your roof walk?
Because I threw everything in the kitchen sink at you on there.
All
They're
right.
not- They're all solid. skirts.
Okay,
They're not spaced.
so here we are. Okay, roof walk, folks. My board.
Yeah, who is the board?
Remind me. Is it to you, Carrie?
No,
Like, I'm lost.
I just went.
I think it's Connie.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, so
Was
it's
it
to
me?
you,
I
Connie.
thought I just went.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I believe I'm on this.
Yep.
Okay.
You're regular board, so you don't even need to, you're automatically in.
Yep.
I could go.
It's like having the TSA pre-check. Okay, Abby, go.
All right, so I'm not opposed to the roof walk. It's just that it just looks so, the width is so small. It just looks like it's top hattish.
Well, we didn't want to go to a larger than 8
So,
because that's
just let me
normal.
finish, just let me finish, because I'm gonna be really brief.
Okay.
If it were wider and sat, and I think it'd actually help that long expanse of ridge. But I think right now it's a little squat. Thank you.
Okay, Abby, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
Al.
Not to disagree with Abby, but I think the wider it goes, the longer the legs get.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
that is always problematic on the sides. But I'm going to bring something up that is not farther down the line. This house is coming in for color change with black windows and white trim. And I don't know if anyone feels anything with regard to that and the roof walk being together.
It's
I
white
think the
trim now,
white,
Val?
it's white trim
Yeah.
and black windows.
Yeah.
Well, I
And
don't necessarily, I mean, I
That's
hear what
not
you're
me.
saying, but I don't think
No.
that's
so there's
germane
black
to-
windows and black shutters. It's just gonna look different.
You mean black sash?
Yeah.
Wait.
I'm just
We'll-
mentioning it because
yeah.
we're going to approve this and I just want it to be,
Okay, but
It's
I think we
staying
gotta do
white.
one thing at a time. And if
Okay.
the two related to one another, I'd be more concerned, but they really don't. This is a white roof walk with natural boards.
Yep.
Right? Okay.
Okay.
White trim, natural, skirt.
street.
Yeah.
It's awful.
I'll go.
Val, hang on a second. I wanna make sure that Val finished. Had you finished?
yeah, I just, for me, it significantly changes the house's look, so that's why I'm bringing it
You'll
up.
get to,
Right.
you know,
I can opine on,
exactly.
opine
shot
on that
on the
later.
black trim.
And I will not be doing that one.
Okay,
that's-
so Diane,
Yeah, I think I did it under consent and I couldn't consent it because it made that dormer in the front and then that thing sitting on top of it. It looked really ugly and not at all sort of making the roof walk part of the thing. There's no chimney, there's no nothing. If you're going to put one up there, I would not have any skirt at all. None, just a roof walk and that's it. And it relieves some of the space and the stuff between it. I think, personally, I think I don't care whether there are 155 roof walks up there. I find this one particularly unsuitable for where it is. And that's what, if we have to have it, that's what I would prefer to have, is no skirt at all. And
Oh.
painted white and that's it.
okay, Diane, thank you. I'm actually okay with this, and I think that the size is appropriate, the width, and also if Matt had rendered this in 3D, you know, in perspective, I think we'd have a very different idea about the impact of this. You know, right now, you're seeing it in elevation, and it's really going to be set back from the front gable, and that's going to diminish its impact a lot. Would somebody care to make a motion on this?
Connie.
Oh, I'm sorry, Connie. Yes, Connie. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, maybe I'm in the minority, but I would be more in favor of white without the skirt with white, not the natural to weather. I just think it would look better personally.
The
There's not
skirt.
one up there like that. Not
Ha-
one.
Linda, hang on.
No skirt?
I just,
Not one white with no skirt.
Linda, stop interrupting. Connie, are you suggesting that the skirt be painted white or
No, I'm saying no skirt.
no skirt?
Right.
That's actually what, that's
Diane
actually,
said.
yes.
Yes,
The
that's what
same.
I'm saying.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
We're asking for the skirt. There's only 8 out of 55 with no
No,
skirt.
okay, got all that,
Who
but
cares?
Connie is an independent thinker and
Oh,
she's
we'll
allowed to
appeal it.
speak her mind.
Never mind,
okay.
I'm done.
Okay, so now can I have a motion of some kind? See where this goes.
I can't make one because I don't.
You want it to go wider, I know. Yeah.
Can't do anything about the legs.
We tried wider, Abby. It looked terrible.
On a steep roof pitch, the wider you
Yeah.
go,
Change
the
that
longer the
gable to a
legs
shed.
go.
It's the
Let's do something.
Oh, for revisions.
Said they liked it.
Val liked
Not
it.
me.
I liked it.
Did you
Abby
like-
liked it wider. Diane and Connie liked it without the
good.
skirt
No
boards.
skirt.
I'll make a motion to approve as
That's no
submitted
skirt.
with no
Okay.
skirt? Is that what you guys said?
That's what Connie and Diane had asked for.
Okay.
We're asking for a skirt like every other
Yeah,
one
I
up
know.
there.
No, this is no skirt.
You're not always
eight.
getting what you asked
Out of
for.
55.
Oh, all right.
Okay. There are, by the way, remedies for that. But, so
I don't
that's
wanna put a
Val's
shaft in
motion,
there.
okay? On Val's motion, I'll repeat the motion. The motion is to approve the roof walk without the skirt.
Can we try it with the skirt first?
No.
Well, I don't.
Are you
I
making
don't-
the
I don't
motions
make
too? Do
motions.
you want to come up and
No.
vote?
I'm just, don't want it to be oddball out there.
It's
Okay.
not an oddball out
Hey,
there.
hey, order in the court. Where's
Eight.
where's my
Minimum
gavel?
of 8, Carrie, you're not sitting.
I know, but
Yeah.
we're sitting zero.
I'm gonna
I
borrow
agree.
Sarah's.
I
Okay.
agree with her motion.
Then we're gonna
Right.
come back
Let
with
me
a shaft.
let me get to you, Diane. Okay. So Val, just to be clear, just for the record,
You want a
Val's
shaft?
motion
We'll
is
get a
to
shaft.
approve the roof walk in the size that it is, but without a skirt.
We
Okay.
don't care if there's a
That
shaft.
is the motion.
We don't
Right.
like
And
Aye.
on that motion, Connie,
Aye.
Abby, okay, Diane,
Aye.
Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm going to abstain. So just to be clear, that was 3 in favor, 1 abstention, and 1 opposition. Motion carries.
Well, I'm coming back with a shaft, and you guys don't like the shafts.
So what shaft
Well,
do you
Then
accept?
it won't get
You know, to
approved.
get up there, you got to be able to get up there.
And we're not doing a
Okay,
hatch.
look, it's that's the story for
Nobody does
that.
hatches, Carrie.
It's almost 8 o'clock, so we're all getting really cranky.
Crabby.
Okay, well, Linda, you discussed that
Nice
with
to see you
whomever.
when you come back.
Yeah. All right, so old business of February. We'll give you the shaft.
Yes.
Okay. Hey, stop, come on. Let's move right along. Okay, so old business of February 13th, we've stricken 8 North Mill. And we're on to item number 2, Nantucket Island.
Mr. Chair,
What? Well, this is, hey, Katie, I'm sorry, but at the beginning of this meeting, we approved an agenda that had it stricken. Yeah, because of neighbors. Like, I would be okay with reopening it, but all the neighbors were notified that it's not being heard tonight. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were. Right, and it got, yeah, okay, so, I'm sorry, okay, listen, Katie, I'm sorry for the misunderstanding, but if there was not a lot of controversy in the neighborhood about landscape and all this, I would feel okay opening it, but I don't now because everybody's gone. Okay, sorry. We'll make other arrangements. Okay. All right. Yeah, it's the last minute skirmish. Now, moving right along. Yeah, sorry to keep you waiting too for that news. So is anybody here for the Straight Wharf application? The old business application? Did Paul Beaulieu? All right, Paul, come on in.
How we doing?
There you are. Okay, so Paul, your board, as you probably know, is myself, Val, Abby, Joe, and Connie.
Okay.
All of whom are here. So why don't you tell us what you revised?
Okay, so Paul Boyer from Main Street Architects. I'm here for the carpenter shed. If you scroll down to the next page, we adjusted the floor plans for you folks to show that there wasn't an actual second level. It was just a framing of the dormer level. We located the actual electrical gear that comes into the building, so we understand why we need a dormer in a specific spot. If you go to the next page, we updated the elevations. We made the windows smaller. We simplified the trim back to the trim that, more simplified to the existing shed. We ganged the windows up. We pulled the dormer in as much as we could and back from the roof to try to get roofing to wrap around it, which was advised before. If you go to the next page. This shows the dormer in the side views. It kind of shows you that, the old existing shed is about 10.5, 10'7". The new proposed shed will be about 14'3¼ inches to the roof. Again, all for electrical switchgear. Last time there was a lot of discussion about, size of dormer and roof pitch and, minimalistic ways to do this and other ways to maybe salt box it. We omitted sections, which probably would have helped that conversation, and due to, timing for you guys, I didn't want to go down a rabbit hole of conversation. So if you go to the next slide, I think this will hopefully better understand some of the questions that came up last time. Had we had this, we probably could have had those discussions, but given, I know you guys have a lot of things on your agenda, so we held for revisions and we showed you this. The salt box wasn't really an option. Obviously, you can see the electrical equipment in the top one, the existing section, putting a, shed dormer on that isn't going to get us the exact clearances that we need. So that's why we're here before you for the roof that we're looking at. And we did look into, obviously, what the other architect did on Southworth. We're trying to, do similar things, because obviously we do know that this is coming down the line and there will be more of these. So I'm here if there's any questions.
Okay, Paul, thank you. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a 1960s structure that was built during the Beinecke era for obviously the revitalization of Straight Wharf and the wharf area. I personally still think that it should look like the other one that you all approved.
Don't remember what that was.
Which was done by a different architect, but was actually fairly successful because the pitch wasn't changed. I do appreciate the internal side. That is very important, I think, for this commission to realize what's driving, even though internally should not dictate the exterior. That's flat out in building with Nantucket in mind. However, understanding the importance of having to elevate the mechanical within the inside of the building, and me personally speaking with our engineering inspector, or excuse me, electrical inspector, I understand the importance. But this is altering with the pitch, but I do think it's better than it was before. I will say this, it would be nice to see sorry, it's been a long day. The dormer, when you get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, yeah, it's a long day. It would be nice to see the dormer come off the ridge as recommended building with Nantucket in mind, at least bring that down. I think you could still achieve what's being needed for the ventilation of the unit inside, but come down about 6 inches. Again, this is altering this structure that's been there for quite a long time. It's visible right there on the wharf. So if any how possible that could be done, that would be greatly appreciated. Those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Holly, thank you. Mickey?
Yeah, similar concerns. The dormer, it's a 3-pitch. It's right up to the ridge. I mean, anything that could be done to reduce, I see the dimension that's like 3 feet above the Siemens panel box. If that could be reduced at all, I'm not sure what's driving that. If there could be some variances or some way to get that a little bit lower, even going to a lighter framed rafter, which might save a couple of inches. So whatever could be done to just reduce the height, it's a 12 pitch is a big change from what's there now. And also the windows, they're the 4 light windows. I would suggest more of a vertical paned window, like a 6 light.
Yeah.
Something a little bit different than just a square looking pane for the windows. Thank you.
Mickey, thanks. Okay, board members, you're identified.
Get off the internet.
Get off the internet.
I can go.
Okay, Abby, go ahead.
So I think this drawing would look a lot more historic, like the lower one, the existing, if the trim were drawn as it is in the existing, because you don't even see the trim around the doors. And I think if the trim were around the windows, and like Mickey said, if they were 6 lights instead of so modern looking, like the 4 light, I think it would be a lot more appealing. And I think that double, I'm not sure why you have to have that built up eave
Right.
rake. Yeah, thank you. Going right across the top. It looks so heavy. It just has to be like 4 inches or something. So I think that's what's missing in this drawing are the trim around the doors, the trim around the windows, and giving it a little more of that historical look. Thank you.
Very good, Abby, thanks. Joe, Connie, Val.
Sure. Were you?
Go ahead,
I'll
Joe.
go. Yeah, to Abby's point, I think this is, I'm sorry, I'm going to use the word error, but I don't have no other way to say it. The shingles, I think, are taking up the door trim that Abby mentioned. And my question to the applicant, and I'm assuming that this is correct, that the double door and the single door, the batten doors, we'll call them, of the existing elevation, there's a graphic change. The boards look like they got wider. I'm assuming that they're identical. I think they should match identically what was there. And there's a missing corner board on the proposed front elevation. And all this is starting to sound nitpicky, but it's such a small building. And if you look at the eave line of the existing building and the fascia board, there's no shingles above the doorways. And I think that the proposed should emulate that. And I think the same should happen for the dormer. And also, I think this also might just be a drawing issue, but if you look at again, the front elevation, the gable overhang is very minimal, which is probably exactly how the building is. The shed dormer shows a little bit of an overhang, when in reality, I think that you would not have that extension of the roof. It's making the dormer look a little bit wider than it actually will be. And on the side elevations, I think Val just said this here about the rake boards. There's 2 levels of trim where the existing building just has like a simple 1x6. Those are all trim comments. I think I'm fine with where the building's at overall if those trim details, and I think minor adjustments to the plate heights were made, it would start to look like a less of a change to the existing building. Those are my comments.
Okay, great. Joe, thank you. Let's see, Connie?
Yeah, I don't really have much else to add, just the other thing is to pull that dormer a little bit away from the edge if possible, and still take care of the electrical panel inside. But I agree with what's already been stated.
Okay,
Thank you.
Connie, thank you. Let's see, Val?
I agree with what's been said. I just have one question though. Is the building bumping up a little bit on the floor system? Or is that gonna stay the same as well? It just looks like there's a bigger drop there.
That's a good question.
Can
see
you
what I'm
answer that,
saying?
Paul? Paul? Did we lose him?
Did we lose him?
Is he unmuted? Paul? Hey. He's giving us the silent treatment.
No, I'm in. Sorry, it kicked me out, and I raised my hand to get back in. Do you want me to answer all the questions or just Val's?
Well, the question I'm gonna have a question or two for you, but the question about the grade.
We're
like
not raising the floor
where
height.
is the floor sitting with respect to where it is now?
We're gonna keep the floor exactly where it is, and we are not planning on changing the plate height, walls, doors, trim, all of that would stay the same. Just redoing the roof that we have to for clearances.
But you will acknowledge that as seen on our plans, the trim is certainly not the same.
Correct, that's an error on our end. The intent
Okay.
is to have it the exact same way. Sorry about that.
Okay. Let's see, Val, had you finished?
Yeah, I think it's just 14 feet and I understand it and I think it's fine.
Okay.
With those corrections understood, then.
And I have a question about this. Mickey actually raised the question about the framing members. So it looks to me from your new section versus your old section that you're increasing the thickness of the framing members on the roof, in particular on that shed dormer. And the question for me is why?
Just going to what today's code would be with a 3-pitch, just a little nervous about any sort of snow that would build on that. Trying to also stay with the 3-pitch so we can stay with, a
Well, the
shank
funny
look
thing is you could
versus
probably
rubber.
eke out a 4-pitch if you decreased the size of the framing member. And then there's also this issue of the distance between the head of the windows in the dormer, like the size of the header there. It could be flush framed and then you wouldn't have that buildup of trim. You see what I'm
Okay.
saying?
Yeah, that trim, I would hope to flush frame that, to be honest, and keep that trim simple.
Yeah, if you flush frame it, you're going to be getting much closer to the original.
Correct. In Revit, it adds this extra line on the trim that I'm struggling to get rid of, to be honest, but the intent is not to have that. It's to match the look of the existing shed, very simplistic trim.
So I'm wondering, is this something we want to just see one more time just to make sure? Should we see this one more time just to make sure?
I can't make a motion, but I would approve it if somebody did.
Because the motion is going to need to include, if we're approving it through staff, it's going to need to have a number of things noted down. So I'm looking at you, Joe, because you're the Exhibit A man.
I don't mind working with Joe at Exhibit A. Do you want me to answer some questions first, Ray, or do you folks just want
No.
to discuss?
Just accept what Joe designs, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Take it
Within
on faith
reason.
that Joe has your best interest at heart.
No, I mean, I think I can
Yeah.
we could make notes about lowering the eave.
Right.
Removing a shingle course above the trim, correcting the trim details.
Let's do
I
it.
think.
Yeah. That's
that-
my motion for Exhibit A.
Matching the existing rake board trim, all that.
Yes.
Okay. I can work with Joe on
And
that.
that's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
what-
So either 6 light windows or vertically formatted 4 lights, which is what I think you're showing.
Correct. Floor light.
4 light, he says, 4 light.
Well, see,
you
then
want to try
with all of those tweaks that you're potentially making to the plate heights, that's going to reveal how much surface area you're gaining on the face of the dormer. And it's going to define the window shape. So you might want to see it.
All right, I'll make
All
a
right.
motion to hold for revisions.
Holly's.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was agreeing with you.
I
'cause I'm
think,
like, I wanna
yeah, it was
smoosh
getting a
down.
little
Yeah.
complicated. We were
Okay.
touching everything. Okay, Abby's motion is to hold for revisions. On that motion,
Can I
yes.
ask a quick question? Sorry, before.
Yeah.
Have we ever, we could make a hold for revisions with an Exhibit A that helps the,
I think
Yeah,
he
you
gets
can.
it.
that
With
helps the
detail?
applicant.
I mean, if you feel like doing it, Joe, that's great.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
anything,
wouldn't.
just-
I would not say no to the help, Joe. So if you want to work with me on Exhibit A, I would.
Do it.
Okay, so
Yeah, it's just-
revisions plus Exhibit A, that's
Yeah.
Abby's motion. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Connie, Abby on your motion.
Aye.
I'm in favor. All right, thanks, Paul.
Thank you.
We'll send you the bill.
Oh, thanks.
have 3 people in the queue. That's it. So,
What's
Who?
next?
Who?
Ben, a solar, and Rick Steele. I don't know how it is.
The 21 made daffodils here.
I did send pictures in for the solar if they were helpful, though.
Yeah, I don't know if we were able to get him in.
Yeah,
So it's really hard the day of to.
I know. I
do any of
just
that,
got them.
but it
That's
was
why.
Appreciate it though. Why does he have his hand raised?
I'm gonna do it now, okay? Now, yeah.
I have a hand raised, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so whoever has their hand raised, could you identify, unmute and identify?
Yeah, this is Rick Steeler. I'll be representing Power Energy. I just want.
Okay, well, okay, so that's great. We're gonna have one thing come in between because it's sort of, it involves a sample of a window that's not here all the time, and I just want everyone to see it. So hang in there. You will be heard. I promise you that. But let's take care of. So folks, what we're gonna do here is we're gonna jump forward to, it's item number 13, right? Did I get that right? Fiona, isn't it 13?
What is
60
this
Hulbert
window?
Ave. It's 60 Hulbert, right, Steve?
Yes.
Right.
Yes, 13. Yep.
Okay, so we're going to this because it's time sensitive. Here's the window. We don't meet next week. He can't be here the week after, so that's a month out, or no, that's 2 weeks out, 3 weeks out. So here's the window that we had talked about. So we're at 60 Hulbert Avenue. People on this are myself, Abby, Diane, Joe, Carrie.
No, Carrie's not on it.
Isn't it Luke's?
Yeah.
What number, Holbert? Sorry.
60. It had to have been Stephen. What? Hang on, guys. Don't you think Stephen would have been sitting on that?
Yeah.
He was vocal about it. So Carrie's definitely not on.
I don't remember being on it, but
And Val, you're listed as an alternate. You want to take it?
Sure.
All right. Okay, folks, hit it.
Stephen Genie, thanks for moving things around. We were heard, as you know, we produced a 60-page window survey for request, identifying, I think, 6.
Microphone, come on.
Just turn one of these around, Steve.
So there were I believe the window schedule is there, but I believe there were 6 windows that had original sashes in all of the house, and of those, I believe one of them, maybe 2 of them, still has the window weights. What I have here is one of the original sashes to show you, at some point in the evolution of the home, virtually all but 2 of the windows had been retrofitted with vinyl jam liners. If you're not familiar, it's a way of, I guess, making these tilt, but all tilt into wash, but also it's a window balance system, and this requires milling the frame of the window down, as you can see, to as little as 1/2 inch. The one I have in front of me has about 7/8 of an inch left to it. But you can see it really takes away from the structural integrity of the window. So as I said, most of the windows have been retrofitted like this. What we're proposing is this LePage solid mahogany window. When I was here last, the window that I showed you had a thicker sash. This is 1 3/4 inches. That one was 2 1/4. This happens to have 5/4 trim on there, which is typical for the house. And the last thing I want to point out was this window has black spacer bars. I have some photos here of their white spacer bar.
What's the color ultimately? White?
White. Right.
The white sash? Okay. That, by the way, is not something you're going to really be able to see on the outside anyway. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, even here you can't see
This
it.
one requires a storm window, of course. They offer a full screen and a half screen option for the windows that the client wants screens for, but an insulated glass that would require.
Okay.
storm.
Okay. Luke,
Can I add a couple comments?
of course, in the mic.
No.
Into the mic, Luke.
Just in case Steve wasn't clear, the vast majority of the windows are, we believe, were like Brosco. So there was only like 5 like originals like this, but the rest of them are, to me, appear to be Brosco windows are very close to it within, So, I mean, I think that's of significance in terms of what we're replacing. And I'd also just remind the board that what it looked like originally from the outside, it wouldn't have had a triple track storm. So we feel as though as you view the house from the street, we're kind of restoring what it looked like from a distance. I would also remind everyone historically, I'd also remind everyone that I lost my track of thought. Well, it's important, the energy values are important to our client, and we're in an R1 district. The Hulbert Avenue is, has many houses that have thermal pane windows. And yeah, that's all I'll add. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you both. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is the circa 1880 shingle style cottage. It was built by Edwin Rutherford Smith, who is a local builder on Nantucket. I do appreciate the extensive window survey, very, very helpful. This is what we should be seeing for every single window replacement application. I am concerned though with the different type of window. There are some windows here that are seem to be original. I do agree. Most of them with the vinyl ones are infill over time. That said, the profile of the 2/2s, I am a little apprehensive on this manufacturer on making sure that the jam is correct. So I leave it all to you. Thank you.
Holly, thank you. Mickey?
Yeah, I mean, it's sounding like the windows have been extremely altered. If there's a will to restore a window, there's always a way to do that if the sash are worth restoring, and I can't tell from where I'm sitting, so that's a judgment call, I guess. Can I ask Luke are they planning on using wooden storm windows or for storm screens or anything like that?
We haven't brought that discussion to them. On the house that I included a photo of blue shutters to Hulbert, similar deal, historic house. Most of the windows have been replaced, and the HTC about 3 years ago approved these exact LePage windows. And on that particular project, we didn't use the wood screens, but at 9 Woodbury more recently, on the front of the house, there's the wood storm panel. So they're an option, but they're not a requirement to have a half screen. To have a screen, you can have a simple half screen for the lower half of the window or a full wood storm.
Well, I would just suggest that sometimes a wooden storm window tends to be such a thick material that it almost gets the exterior surface flush with the window casing. And then it starts to make the window casing look really fat and wide, which is disproportionate. So I'm not advocating for wooden storms. I'm suggesting you don't use them. So, yeah, I guess that's it. Thank you.
Mickey, thank you. Abby, you had a question?
Yeah, remind me of the plane configuration on this house.
2/2, right?
And so it's just like that. And that's the bottom.
That is.
That is right.
That's the bottom sash.
And so if you didn't put storm, so you don't need a storm window on this.
No.
Correct. So it would only be the screen that you might put.
Which you would put on the bottom
you
half.
put on the bottom half.
The top half doesn't even work. Top half doesn't move.
All right, good. I'm good.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, let's see. That was Abby. Let's see. We also have Diane, Joe, Val. Who's next?
I have a question. Just-
Joe.
I think Abby asked part of it. All the windows are 2/2. Is that a typical sash size? It's huge.
This is on for the first floor.
Yeah, okay. I think the issue that everybody had last time is that the sample was small and it had a lot of divided lights, so it came across as chunky. This is better proportions, so you don't immediately jump to it feeling chunky. And then when you look at the size of that sash and the fact that it's 2/2, even less of a concern, in my opinion, other than what Mickey said about the screens. And unless you end up doing like a plank frame trim and the trim is an inch thick, then I think you can get the screens or the storms to sit inside of it. Otherwise, it's all in the same plane. So you could reduce the side casing size so that if you put screens on these or a panel, that the overall width of trim doesn't look like it's 6 inches, if that makes sense.
Actually, it doesn't work.
It doesn't work?
No, because then when the panel is off, your casing is going to be really
Then
super
you end up with
skinny.
Yeah, unless, yeah,
But
that's right.
I would recommend this. Whenever we use windows like this, we put a half screen in, and the half screen fits inside the casing just in that lower aperture there. So that doesn't have the effect that Mickey's talking about. Full screens would, but you don't need a full screen because the top half doesn't work anyway. And to Stephen's point earlier, this is an insulated glass window, so you don't need really to put a storm on it. So,
yeah,
you know.
Yeah.
You're funny.
Yeah.
That's Stephen, sorry. Not Stephen Camp, Stephen Cheney. Okay, Joe, thank you. Let's see.
Yeah, I guess it means I don't really have any concerns about the LePage window in this location.
Okay, great. Val, Diane.
I'm gonna take your word for it,
Whose word was that?
especially with the white, being a white window and the white spacer bar.
It's funny, you're not going to see it, but that's, I'm sure, fine. You paint the inside of the house white, sash.
No,
Oh.
but if you look at this, like, it's alarming, it's black.
Okay, Val, thank you. Diane.
You want to know?
Sorry, you're not able to see these in person, Diane, by the way.
That's right. I don't know. I don't know. I use, my windows are the old windows. Most of them are with the lead drops. And they have storm windows on them, which they've been on for 25 years and they don't work very well now either. And when I put in a screen, I put in a screen that I buy that opens up, fills the area,
Yeah.
and the top one comes down on. That's the easiest one. When it's fall and we take them out, all you do is lift the window and take them out. They work well in the summertime, and they don't
It's a
harm.
similar concept, Diane. You're just
Yeah.
putting it in the lower sash.
Yeah, best idea.
All right, so what do you think, folks? Are we prepared to make any kind of a motion on this one?
I'll make a motion to approve with the, what's it called, the spacer? White spacer bar. Anything else we have to put on the detail? Okay, like the 5/8, what is the pane width?
It's 5/8.
5/8, and then there was also, we had a thicker sash, so this is the thinner one, right?
This is the thinner one.
So we would want the thinner.
Yeah. Okay. There's Abby's motion.
Sorry.
Can you write that down?
Yeah, I can write it down. Okay, sorry. On Abby's motion, Val,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Diane,
Hi.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, thanks, guys. I want to get back to Empower
Thanks
since
for
we
bringing that in.
derailed
That's
Empower.
no
Super
easy
helpful.
task.
Okay, so Empower Energy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this is Rick Steeler with Empower. This is that solar project for 21 Daffodil. This is a revisit back from December. Yeah, I watched the board session and I would have come to the exact same conclusion that the board had with the information that we had provided. We submitted another design for this meeting too. But I would actually really love to revisit our first design and give some more context because I believe it's the best design for Nantucket, the homeowner, while meeting the guidelines and everything like that. But yeah, if we start by looking at the property,
Could you hold on 1 second?
yes, that's what.
Sorry, yeah.
We're just all trying to get this up on our computers.
No sweat. Hopefully I'm a ball of positivity for you guys from a couple sessions ago.
21A.
Pictures
Oh,
were
there it
not
is.
Good, and this shows you what the house actually looked like. You know?
Where are the solar panels?
No, these are pictures that I sent in because the pictures in the application weren't clear.
Yeah.
So you could understand the roof planes.
Okay, folks, let's back up just for a second. On this application are myself, Abby, Diane, Val, Carrie, okay? Now, is the motion on this for revisions or just,
Well, I had made a suggestion, they look at the solar guidelines because they're
I'm
going in
remembering.
different directions and
Yes,
stuff.
yes. Okay, so I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Oh, sorry, it's Rick.
Rick?
Yes.
So Rick, did you look at the solar guidelines and alter your design accordingly?
Yes, actually, I looked at the solar guidelines well before the first design as well. So we're doing such things as a new roof with the charcoal black roof with the black on black panels.
Okay.
And as well as I was looking at the guidelines and I noticed that we're also trying to meet, the homeowners what they need from the project with their electric needs and everything. And our original design wasn't the one you have showing now, but it was for a few more panels. And we took a few pictures because I know it can't be visible. So we have a few pictures that should be in your files with how far away from the house and everything that shows that that the panels wouldn't actually be visible from the road. So yes, we were loading up the house. They have bigger electric needs, and we understand that more energy for Nantucket is a good thing. I saw your renewable goals and everything like that too. But yeah, I was just gonna first show that it wasn't visible. There's 3 pictures that should be in your files. I noticed that when I watched the last board meeting, there's 3 photos from the road that we sent you with the feet away from the home.
Maybe they were a separate email. They weren't part of the
They-
packet.
So if you scroll all.
I also have them on my screen here. If worst comes to worst.
That's not the ones he's talking about. He's talking about.
Yeah, I don't have any from the road.
Mr.
that's
Chair,
not
this
from
is
the
why it's
road.
very important that people put their PDFs together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So where do we begin on this
Yeah, this is
one?
the first division. The
Are
three
you saying something there?
Oh yes, my bad. So the photos I'm discussing, I actually when I watched the previous session on this, I noticed that they kind of scrolled through the photos. So I know that you guys got the photos. But
You
yeah,
have to send them in with every revision that you send
Yeah,
in.
we only have this week's agenda.
Yeah.
gotcha. Okay. So yeah, I have. It
Right.
looks like we'll need to send these three
Hang
photos.
on. Let's hear from the board on this, okay? All right, comments from the board.
Well,
Can we get a little clarification on the first set of panels from the street side are on a dormer and the rest of them are behind those dormers? That's not clear. We want to.
Yeah, can you clarify that for Carrie and the rest of us?
Yeah, yeah. It would be helpful if you showed that overhead view of where the panels were at, and I can kind of explain. From there. Yep, close. I think maybe just past that. Yep. So our original design actually looks very similar to this one. Just on the south portion near Daffodil. We to help meet more guidelines, we removed panels that were underneath that were on the Daffodil side. So you see the white rectangles there on the south or the bottom part of the picture. And we had panels originally there as well to help their electric needs and stuff like that. And that would be the only difference between the first design and this design. And this design was just kind of our backup that, doesn't even have them to where you would drive into the home type of thing.
I think what I was thinking is what he's talking. The first set of panels.
here, you want a pointer?
Yeah, the first set of panels are here. Can
Right.
you see this? Can you see this?
Can you see Carrie pointing at the screen here?
I could try to make it a little bit bigger.
Those
I
are
can't,
the
but
first panels on the roof and they're on dormers.
Yeah. Right.
Right, so I think the first panels are on the dormers. We won't
But
see
it's
that.
just,
So
this is
everything else
too
beyond
much
it, we won't
information we
see.
don't need, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it just seems like, I don't think we'll see them if the foremost ones to the street side are on the dormers, those we won't see. That's a really shallow pitch and very high up.
Yep.
And then
Agreed.
anything beyond that is beyond that and not visible from the street either. If we see
Okay.
anything, it might be a corner.
Yeah. And did you not say earlier that you were changing the roof to black?
yeah, we actually, I believe we're at the stage where we already got that approved to get a charcoal roof or a black roof. I forget the exact coloration name, but the one
Okay.
that blends in with the solar panel so you don't see them.
All right, fine. I think we're finally getting the picture.
Make a motion. Oh, yeah, go ahead, Val.
I appreciate the color change in the roof. That's excellent. And taking the front panels off. You gave us a whole bunch of information. Thank you so much, but all of it we don't need. We really just need a really clear picture of the roof and the panels in which direction they're going. So this is a huge improvement, but for me, you're still having panels going in two different directions, which I find rather chaotic. So thank you for the changes, but for future reference, we try to make them as consistent as possible so they blend into the background.
I understand. Thank you. Yeah.
Val, thank you. Who's next?
I'm pretty convinced that the visibility will be minimal on these, even with the random directions that they're going.
Yeah.
And the black roof is gonna make it all
Yeah.
go away.
Okay. Carrie, thank you. We have Abby and Diane.
I'll go.
Go ahead, Diane.
I think on the front part of the roof, you have the 3, 6, 9 panels all going the same direction. I don't know what that green and white stripe thing is, except the roof again. And then on the bottom section, you got 2 of the panels going the other way, and then 3 more going down. I think they would be smart to try and get all those up and down panels together instead of having them stretched out on both things. And that would give it more evenness out there. I don't know how much you're going to see because that house is so tall, but it's they don't have a lot of vegetation, so that the house will be clear and the roof will be visible from somewhere. But I think that they could start with getting their panels going in all the one direction, which what we've tried to do on other applications.
I agree with you, Diane. Just for context, the green lines, they're fire codes. So the reason why they're put in different areas, we're trying to maximize the output for the homeowner. And then those green lines are, if there were a fire, that's where the firefighter walks up the house to hack out the roof to make them. So we have to kind of, portion them a bit differently so they can be, facing one way or facing the other way. At the end of the day, I feel like they're hard to see, and then you'll have the black roofs. But it's up to the board, so thank you.
Okay, Diane?
Yeah, no, I never knew that about firefighters having to get up, walk around there. So that's a thought. But anyway, I think without rearranging those walkarounds too much, we could get all the panels going in the same direction, which would be a help. Thank you.
Okay, Diane, thank you. That leaves me, and I'm with Carrie in that the ones on the dormers at the front of the house won't be visible, and sort of the ones behind won't be visible either because of the dormers mainly. So although generally I'm in favor of having like the uniform grid, I don't think that it's going to be seen or noticed or be a problem in this case. So I'm all right with this as submitted. Can we move this in some
I'll
fashion?
make a motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, there it is. Abby has made a motion to approve as submitted. On that motion, Carrie. Aye. Val Oliver. Aye. Diane Coombs.
Aye.
Abby Camp.
Aye.
And Ray Pohl's in favor too. So, well, he said that it was already approved. Okay, well, let's just say that.
I'll make that a part of my
Okay,
approval
so
that
part of the approval is that it assumes a black roof.
Yeah.
Okay, so how about minutes? No minutes.
Mr. Chair, we don't have minutes for you all to approve, but you will be receiving minutes this week that we just received.
Okay,
Those two, but they're
sounds
coming.
good. That's fine. So then I think we have one more motion we need to take care of, folks.
Is that the John
Make it.
McLaughlin motion?
Agenda. Johnny says agenda.
Did I just hear John make a motion to
Yes.
adjourn? Okay,
To
thank you,
adjourn.
John. Okay, John has made a motion to adjourn. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Abby,
aye.
John.
Aye.
That's you. Yeah.